ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what would this be now? Episode 4 of Behind the Counter from the Fiend Zone video, Behind the Fiends. I really got to shorten that up some. Today is pretty awesome. Today I have a gentleman that's coming on, His Eminence, His Most Holy, Father Rob Mahoney. He's also known as the Bruins guy and the real mayor of Boston. He, to me, is probably the backbone of our community and the horror community with the indie horror films and everything. He does so much for so many of us, from us podcasters to filmmakers to everybody. He's such a giving person, and I consider it a true pleasure and honor to have him on the show today. So without any further ado, I give to you not Mr. Father Rob Mahoney. How you doing, Rob?
Hey, John. Thanks for the invite to the show.
No problem, my friend. No problem. How's weather up in Beantown?
We had an ice storm yesterday. I missed work because the roads were just terrible out there. Today they're a little bit better. It's still cold, but some of the ice broke up, so it's walkable now.
Yeah, my father and them, they're up in Ohio. They were talking about it was a lot of freezing rain, not too much snow.
Yeah.
Of course, our mutual friend Amy said there was just a lot of rain, I guess, in her part of the world down in Georgia and different ones. Steve Merlot up in Canada, it always snows in Canada, so it don't matter. But here in Hawaii, it's been unusually cold here. Normally
What's
this time
considered cold? What's considered cold in Hawaii?
I know you're going to be like, well, that's tank top weather in Boston. Cold here is around low to mid 60s on this island. Now, if you go over to Big Island, which is what they call Hawaii Island, where all the volcanoes and everything are, they actually get snow up in the mountains there.
Is that the one that has Pearl Harbor?
No, I'm actually on that island, Oahu. That's the island.
I might be visiting there sometime later this year. So
come on down, man. I'll play tour guide. I'll show you around.
I have a buddy that I used to work with that always kept saying, like, you need to come out here and I'll show you. I'll show you where Pearl Harbor happened.
Take you down there where they filmed Jurassic Park, the old village from Karate Kid Part 2. All that stuff's over here on this island.
Oh, nice.
They say if you walk back in the well, I guess you would call it forest here on the island. You walk back in there, there's still some of the old set pieces, which there's a lot of growth over it now, but there's I think the archway that says Jurassic Park, that's still in them woods and stuff, and it's become like a historical landmark for the island, so to speak.
Nice. I would definitely love to see that.
Man, you have had quite the adventure in this community, haven't you, my friend?
I certainly have. a great adventure.
You went from what, 20? Well, you've been donating to a lot of films and stuff for a long time, from what I understand. You were telling me
about 7 years.
But it was 2020 when you kind of got put on the map.
Yeah.
And guys, I have that clip. Rob shared it with me yesterday, and I'm going to go ahead and share it real quick, and then he's going to give you the story on this. So here we go. I'm going to add it to the stream, and hopefully I've got it where y'all can hear the sound. So here we go. Play. Come on. Why is it not playing? Come on. Well, this is weird. Okay, let me try to reload it again.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I can show this right here.
Okay.
My Coca-Cola Bruins guy thing. So. Oh, and I can show you the flag in the background. Let's see. I'm not good at doing the background stuff.
I think I got it.
Okay.
think I got it. Let's hope I got it. Nice. Stop talking, guy. There you go.
There'll be a commercial first if it plays.
Yeah, I think I got through the commercial, so here we go.
Up here, COVID-19 may have brought life to a standstill. However, it's not going to keep Boston from being Boston.
God
of course. Case in point, take a look. One man found himself in the middle of a news conference with...
Hold on. I have had the most... Oh, there's Mandy. I apologize, Rob. I did an update this morning and my computer has ran. There she is.
Hey, I'm so sorry that I'm late.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just sitting here struggling with technology. It's pretty hilarious. I'm trying to get
I had those issues earlier. I was restarting the computer and stuff, but it turned out that it's just lame internet. So
yeah, I'm getting
third time's the charm, John.
Yeah, he's going to become famous after this.
There's
going to be memes about him everywhere. Coming up here, COVID-19.
All right, let's see if this works. Dang it.
May have brought life
and
to a standstill. However, it's not going to keep Boston from being Boston.
Okay.
Of course. Case in point, take a look. One man found himself in the middle of a news conference with Mayor Marty
So if you
Walsh.
notice that handsome gentleman walking up there in the background,
you see the man, he's in the Bruins sweatshirt right there on the right side of your screen. He stands there for a minute, doesn't leave, doesn't seem to notice the cameras. Social media lit up. A Medford City councilor posted a clip with a better view of the man, calling it iconic. Amherst town manager says it was so boss.
So was that just an accidental thing, Rob? Just kind of like by accident?
So how I ended up there was, COVID had just started. There wasn't much like mandates going on yet. So I was in Boston with a friend of mine. He was going to get his birth certificate, and you have to go to City Hall. Well, while he was down there, I kept hearing like a news conference going on. So I looked around, and there's Mayor Walsh. He's no longer the mayor of Boston, but talking about something called social distance. This was like the first thing I ever heard about social distance. So I was curious. I walk over there, and the gentleman standing behind me was my nephew. So I go over there, and I'm listening, and I guess the cameras stopped looking at him and started shifting the camera this way. Like, who's that Bruins guy walking behind the mayor? And so later on, I'm on my way home. I'm on the train going home, and I get a couple of messages from like people who were watching TV, because I guess it ended up on TV as well. And that's where that video came in. So they're like, dude, you're all over Twitter right now. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, you were behind the mayor. And I was like, yeah, but I was like, I didn't even know there was cameras on. So I guess a Medford City Councilman, Medford is a little bit south of Boston. He was the first one to tweet it, saying this is the greatest thing he's ever seen in his life. So once it got to him, and then people were sharing it, retweeting it, tweeting it, retweeting it, and I guess after like 5 days, it got tweeted and retweeted 750,000 times. Oh, and my Twitter blew up. Like I hadn't used my Twitter in 2 years. And so I was like, well, let me reactivate the Twitter. And first thing I see is like 120 like friend requests, like literally that same day. So, I had people messaging me, can you be on my podcast? How much you want for the jacket? I'll pay $200 for the jacket. That jacket cost me $35, and people were willing to pay $200 for it. I still have it, so I couldn't get rid of that. So yeah, like I started making podcast appearances and walking around town, people calling me, hey Bruins guy, what's up? And it was what's Andy Warhol say, everybody has their 15 minutes. Well, mine has gone almost 2 years now. So
outside of the flag, what else did the Boston Bruins do for you?
Actually, they didn't really do anything. It was more the mayor that did more stuff for me. Every time he'd appear on a local radio station around here called WEEI, people would always ask him about the Bruins guy, and he said, I didn't even know what was going on until the next day. And he goes, one of the people in his cabinet was like, what do you think about the guy standing behind you? He goes, what guy? So they showed him the video footage. He goes, well, I could tell he wasn't interested in what I was saying.
But just like I showed you that video when you first showed me yesterday. I sent him a video, Mandy. I don't know if you remember this, but on In Living Color,
yeah,
the old comedy sketch show, where Jim Carrey did a sketch where it was called The Background Guy, where they were doing a news interview, and the whole time he was making faces and like swinging from the chandelier back and forth and all crazy. And that just took me back to that because Rob was just so nonchalant, just like, hey, what's going on right here? Oh, well, I'm just gonna photo.
I don't know why I don't remember that. Because I used to watch that all the time. I can't remember that skit. But no, it's pretty funny though.
Well, every so often, that happened on March 16th. So every March 16th since then, like last year, I revisited that location and I posted the video on my YouTube channel. And I was talking about how like this is where it happened and this is where the mayor was standing. And so I plan to go back there again this March 16th and do a 2-year update.
Just gonna stand in the same spot and gotta do the same thing.
Yep. I mean, honestly, it was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. So it's got me a lot of notoriety since then. And a lot of people been on. I don't know if you know Greg Gilbert. He has a show called Python's Paradise, and he loves the fact that I have that kind of fame, and he'll always call me the Bruins guy. And he's a Canadian fan. So,
hey, Boston Bruins, I don't know if you'll ever listen to this, but you need to give this man lifetime season tickets. Come on now, you all can afford it.
I actually tried to sign up for Cameo. Someone said I should do cameo appearances for Bruins fans, and I guess I didn't meet the qualifications. You can't just be on Cameo; you have to qualify for Cameo. I would literally charge $2. Like everyone else on Cameo is like $30, $40, $50, $100, $200. I'll be like $2. I'll send you a shout out.
Damn, Mandy, I guess we can't do Cameo now. I
don't know about you, John. Speak for yourself. I'm joking.
No, they give you this questionnaire. They're like, how many followers do you have? What are you known for? It's like this whole giant questionnaire. It's like, we'll get back to you if we feel like you're I don't know, good enough. I don't know what they actually say, but it's like wow, that's kind of crazy. You can't just come on and charge nothing. So
yeah, John, Amazon gave me a social influencer site. So
there you go.
What you need me for?
Because I love you, John. Be nice.
I love you too.
Oh, look at John blushing because I said that. Love you as a friend, John. A friend.
Oh, that's so cute.
Well, it is Valentine's Day, and I don't have a Valentine, so
I can't be your Valentine.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Rob, whatever got you really into horror in general? I know you kind of told me yesterday roundabout, but
well, I mean, honestly, it was the first movie I ever saw was Halloween 1978. Back in the days we still had Beta. My family used to have a membership to a VHS and Beta place, and they rented Halloween. And anytime they ever rented anything that was not deemed for children, me and my younger sister would always find a way to still watch. They used to block off the hallway that connected the bedrooms to the living room, and they would put like this big giant blanket so that, I mean, not that a blanket's going to stop you, but they're like, oh, well, they won't come through that. No, we didn't. We poked little holes in it, And we happen to get the scene when Michael's looking for Laurie, and Laurie's hiding in the closet. And when he breaks down that door, of course, I let off this like horrific yell, and well, our cover's blown. but I didn't have nightmares. I kept like saying like, man, I wish I could have watched the whole thing. So when we moved a couple years later, there was a video store that was near us, and my mom actually put like only the adults could rent the R-rated movies. But I would go in with her all the time, and the guy behind the counter would always see me looking at the horror covers. You remember the old days of looking at the boxes and, I like this movie, even though you haven't seen it yet. So I went there alone one day, and my paper route was right near the store. And I walked in there. He goes, I can't rent that to you, right? And I was like, so I put my head down. He goes, okay, I'm going to rent this to you. But if you're caught with it, I'm going to say you stole it. Cool. So I would start renting all the covers that I was like fascinated by, and some of them were really good and some weren't so good, but like some of them were I shouldn't even been renting because a lot of them had early nudity, and I was still like 12 years old when I was renting these things. So, but the back part to that story is that guy went on to be a selectman for the state of Massachusetts.
Oh,
I could have bribed him.
Mandy, what was your first horror movie?
Oh, geez. Honestly, I think it was Halloween, because my mom was a big Halloween fan. So it's because Halloween 3 is my favorite, but it had to be the 1978 Halloween. Because the one that I can actually remember though, it's like I remember bits and pieces of that, and then the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
And then but then the one after that is the First Nightmare on Elm Street. But it's like if it was in that order, because then of course Jason, like Friday the 13th, comes into play, but I can't remember the order. I was a freaking kid then. But it had to be Halloween, because my mom, like I said, my mom was a big fan of the Halloween franchise, so it's like we had to see every film. So, but that was her favorite, was the first Halloween, was the 1978.
Nice.
I think, let me try to go back in my data banks here. Mine, it wasn't one that actually came out in theaters. It was actually one that was a television series, and you all probably remember it, the old Salem's Lot from 1979.
Oh, yeah.
You said movies, not TV movies.
It's the same thing when you put it together. It's still a movie.
Yeah. That's a long movie. That's a long movie.
Now.
Yeah. But I remember my mother got the biggest kick out of knowing that it scared the crap out of me. I can't remember the actor's name, but the one that played Count Orlok, to this day, I can watch it now and it doesn't have a problem, but it's like I got PTSD from it, because I remember back when she showed it to me, and it was the part of the crawl space when the kid was standing there and you saw all the vampires crawling towards him in that crawl space, and you could just faintly make them out. That just goose bump city from that. But she just always thought that was the funniest thing to scare me, and what she doesn't realize is she actually just kicked the door open to make me fall in love with a genre,
Yep. Yeah, I agree with Mandy with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre too. Like, I got to meet Ed Neal, the hitchhiker, at Rock and Shock Festival here in Massachusetts, and I went up to him and I said, "You're the first person ever to scare the shit out of me."
Oh, cool.
And he looked at me. He looked at me and he grinned and he goes, "You're welcome."
Awesome.
They say Ed Neal was like a man of very few words. They say he doesn't have much to say.
You're just a cook.
This is Mandy. Hello, XOXO.
Saying hi to everybody in the chat. Let me join in. Be nice.
Hi, everyone in the chat.
Yeah, I put Amy's back up. She says she loves Salem's Lot. It scared the bejeebus out of me. Danny, let me in. Yeah, that was creepy too. That little kid.
Yeah.
Salem's Lot was awesome. But
I'd have hit him in the face with my shoe and closed the window back and went back in the bed.
I think the first thing I remembered is my mom watching reruns of Dark Shadow.
Oh God, yes.
Wow, that's a classic.
What was his name? Barnabas?
Yes,
Barnabas. Yeah, Barnabas.
Yeah, my mom was like so obsessed with that. It's like, but I'm talking about like the one from the 60s, black and white versions. Like she would have the reruns playing and stuff like that. And then I know that they had the remake back in the 80s, but she watched that one, but she wasn't too thrilled with that one. It's like, yeah,
and
black and white, Dark Shadows.
That was considered what they call a dark soap opera, and
yeah,
it took off, and somewhere it got lost in translation somewhere of like, it was so successful. How come they didn't do more of those?
Yeah.
Because all these corny soap operas we have today, every now and then they'll throw a little horror type storyline in there, but it's always done so badly.
Yes.
They tried to do a soap opera based off of like that same type of theme and everything like years ago, like back in like the early 2000s. I think it was called, I don't know, it's Passion something. I don't know what it was. But my mom was watching that one also. She was telling me, she's like, oh, this is just like Dark Shadows. And she'd call me up, tell me, you need to watch it because I hated soap operas. But she's like, watch it. And still, I didn't care for that one. It was just a little too corny, a little too soap opera, like opera-y, like whatever, however you want to freaking say that word. I'm making up words now. But they did try to attempt that again, but I don't think that did too well though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that stayed on or not.
Yeah, to top off what you said about soap operas, like stealing from horror sometimes. I used to watch One Life to Live back in the 80s.
And sorry, that's my mom's favorite. That's why I started laughing.
Here's the funniest part about that. I was like to my sister, I'm like, I like horror movies. She's like, watch one episode. So, every episode they always leave you with that cliffhanger. And I'm like, what's gonna happen? And I'm like, so I got addicted to soaps for a while. And they used to have you remember the character they had, Marlena?
Yeah.
So Marlena would turn into the evil Nikki once in a while. And I was like obsessed with Nikki because like this was more my element. Like, I'm like, I don't want to see who's like in love. I want to see some crazy people.
John watches soap operas.
Yes. So I ended up watching that for like 10 years. And
I used to watch Days of Our Lives.
Oh my God. It's like I tried to because my mom would call me up every day and she'd like try to convince me of it because she was hooked on soap operas and I just couldn't get it. My sisters I think watched it, but I just could not get into that whole thing. Amy loved Days of Our Lives.
Days of Our Lives. Didn't they have they had Patch in the 80s?
Everybody's going to talk about these soap opera stories where the person was decapitated and came back to life years later. It's like because they like reattached the head, and it's like I don't know how to get into this.
It was
if it was only that cool.
Bo Brady and Patch were enemies, and then they became best buddies. And Pat's wife was this blind girl. I can't remember her name. And then Roman Brady always changed he changed so many characters.
I'm only laughing because the freaking whole.
Hey, my mom made me watch that crap, but I kind of liked it. I'm sorry.
Like the whole plot and everything. Oh my God.
By the way, for the people that know me, this is like an exclusive. I don't think I've ever told. I used to dig soap operas.
Possessed by the devil. That's awesome. Amy.
Yes, I remember that when the lead character got possessed by the devil. Yes, I do remember. Yeah, it was Bo and Hope, and whoever, and Patch and whoever.
Was it Kayla? Patch and Kayla?
It was Kayla. God, we're going to end up writing soap opera digest here.
All these memories are coming back to me now.
Oh my God. How did this turn from horror to soap operas to Bo and Hope? Holy crap.
And John Delancey, who played Q in Star Trek The Next Generation, he played on Days of Our Lives for a little bit.
Yes, he did.
Jensen Ackles, who plays in Supernatural, he played Brady in Days of Our Lives.
Yep.
So,
oh, geez, John, I guess you're just, the shit now. All right.
Soap opera category on Jeopardy. I got you.
Soap operas for 1,000.
Amy said it was Patch and Kayla.
Yep. Thank you.
And he was Eugene. Yeah, John Delancey. Yep. I think he was the one that played Eugene.
Amy never told me this either, that she was into soap operas.
This is crazy. It's like, see what I opened up? It's like a whole new.
See, what happened was when I was a kid, I had really bad asthma, and it kept me out of school a lot, and it got my mom in trouble a lot with truancy and all that, but it couldn't help it because my asthma was so bad it would literally hospitalize me at times. And so she would homeschool me before homeschool was a thing, and we always had to take our lunch break when Days of Our Lives came on, and we would sit there and watch it, and then I'd go back to doing my schoolwork again. So I was like going to school, was like, yo, did you see what happened to Bo and Hope yesterday? And everybody, what the? No wonder I got bullied.
I'm surprised I didn't get bullied more.
Oh, God. Guiding Light. Reva and I ain't too keen on Guiding Light. I remember Santa Barbara.
You know what it is, John? It's really cute when Amy says all of this. It's like, it's adorable. It's like, I love all her little soap opera
But it's
comments.
cringe when I say it.
Yeah.
Say.
Like cringy.
I'm not, no, it's even cool for Rob, though. That's the point.
Wow.
Just I'm fucking with you, John. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
John turning red.
No, it's because I'm typically an albino and it's just my blood.
Mm-hmm.
Well, enough of soap operas.
Are you sure? Because we can keep going, because I need to learn all of this because I'm not familiar with any of it.
Well, here you go.
Dynasty. Oh, I remember when my mom watched that. The Dynasty. Yeah.
Oh my God. I was just going to say something about Dynasty too.
Yeah, come on, Rob. Tell us more about Dynasty, because I know nothing about it. I seriously don't.
No,
I just remember a guy with like a big white cowboy hat. Is that right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I remember.
Yeah,
So
was that JR?
No, you're thinking of Dallas.
That's Dallas.
Oh, never mind.
Dynasty was about about this rich family out in California. Yeah, my grandmother watched. I hated it.
What was the other one that I'm thinking about? Which one was that? See, I know nothing about any of that.
JR Ewing, because that particular episode when JR got shot, it pretty much like took over the world because everybody's
it took over TV. It really took over TV.
Dynasty and Dallas. Are Dynasty and Dallas like the same thing though? Like
kind of, sort of, but one's about just a rich family, and the other one's about a bunch of oil barons.
Amy is so adorable. She's just so adorable.
Well, we all know that Amy's kind of the shit.
I know, but
Amy's the
like
best.
That though, you have to say she's adorable.
Amy's the best promoter out there right now.
Yep, I'm glad she was able to get all her moving and stuff done today.
Yep.
I guess she got it all done today smoothly.
Okay, Amy, I want to hear the song about JR.
There was a song about who?
I want to hear it. It's like, you can let me hear it like right at this moment in time. I was like, I need to hear this song. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to like be able to sleep tonight without hearing the song.
Carrie Yates says, I love the cheesiness of them both.
Yeah, I remember there was tons of cheese.
Are they like similar though? Like these two, like Dallas and what was the other one?
They are.
I'm even forgetting Dynasty. They were?
It's pretty much just 2 shows about
rich people
with problems.
The next interview we do, I'm wearing a big white cowboy hat.
You're going to be a 10-gallon hat?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to do it. I don't know. What show is that from again?
You're going to be
Dallas.
Well,
Rob's like, oh my God, what's wrong with her? She can't remember these shows.
We got an interview in the morning, so you better get that cowboy hat.
John, it's not enough time. Like I don't even know if I have anything.
Construction paper, you can make one.
I can make one. Believe me, I can make one. Is this a challenge? Because I accept it. Okay.
California version
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Amy, for clarifying that. So they're not both about like cowboys and.
No, Dallas is about like people who owned oil rigs and not rigs, but.
So what was Dynasty then? The rich Beverly Hills people, kind of like an adult version of 90210.
Yeah, what was he? He was like a.
Because I saw a few episodes of 90210, so I could probably relate.
Oh, never mind.
Do.
Was in Colorado, so. Well,
I was in 902. I was in 902.
Colorado.
Well, in the 80s, I don't know what they were known for. Today, they're known for weed.
Okay, John, that's not what I was saying. It's like I wanted to know what the connection is. I hit my mic.
I thought you said, what's Colorado known for? I said, well, they're known for weed.
No, like, why was Dynasty there?
I don't know. I remember my grandmother used to watch Falcon Crest. That was about a bunch of a family in California in the Napa Valley that owned a winery.
Okay, I'm going to change the whole subject.
Okay.
American Hero.
See, I told you.
Falcon Crest was the one in California.
Did you say the greatest American hero? That
the greatest American hero. Yes.
Believe it or not,
I'm walking on
it. Okay, so this is something I can get down with.
That was William Catt.
Mm-hmm.
Who has connections to horror too.
Yep, he played in a movie called House back.
Yes, I love that movie so much when I was little.
I actually just watched that 2 days ago.
All the time, we would go to the movie, like to the video store, and I'd grab the freaking tape. I was like, please. We watched it so many times because I was obsessed with it.
I remember I watched it over and over. And my grandparents were like, "That doesn't scare you?" I was like, "No, it doesn't." I was like, "I don't find anything about it scary." Even the grandpa in the second one. Yeah. The second one with the zombie grandpa, I thought was the most adorable thing ever.
I used to think it was.
So they had that worm, right? In the second
little worm dog.
Yeah, the worm dog.
Amy loved it too.
Stay alive. Yep. Wait. Damn it. Yeah, she says I used to love American Hero. He also William Catt. They said that he also was a front runner for a little while for Luke Skywalker until
yes, I heard that.
Yeah.
And George Lucas changed his mind. Could you imagine if William Catt had been Luke Skywalker?
I know. But William Catt was also in Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They said Kurt Russell was in the front running for a while for Han Solo, and then that went to Harrison Ford.
Yeah, I can't see Kurt Russell as Han Solo.
I kind of want to see it now, though. Now that you're mentioning all these people, it's like I want to see them play the part, even if they're old right now. I want to see it. I do.
I'm friends with one of the Dynasty crushes, but keeping my lips sealed. Just shocked he accepted my friend request.
Why don't you send me a DM and tell me I want to know the deets, please?
Well, I love a lot of shows that come out of the UK, especially Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Yes,
love that show.
Those Monty Python movies were great.
So, do you like Spam?
Spam.
It's a skit with the Monty Python skit. They go into the friggin' restaurant and they're like going over what's on the menu, and it's all spam. It's like we've got spam, and then this spam, and spam with egg, spam. It's like when
in the Hawaii. You look up in Hawaii, and that's literally some of the restaurants here. Everything's got some spam in it.
Spam is gross.
It
was a good skit. No,
they make sushi.
I heard so many people say it's good. I don't like spam.
With
Monty
yellow
Python,
mustard
I
is
do
good.
love Monty Python. Especially spam. See, Amy gets it. It's I swear to God, it's my favorite Monty Python skit. The whole spam skit. Because it's like all they say, and it's like they just thought that was appropriate to make a whole skit just saying spam. And
I like the Ministry of Funny Walks.
That's funny. It's funny. I think like one of my favorite movies though is The Life of Brian. I have to watch it every Christmas. I really do. I watch it every freaking Christmas, especially when I'm wrapping presents. I have to watch The Life of Brian. So
you're the Messiah? No, I'm not the Messiah. Piss off.
Piss off.
I didn't make that my Christmas tradition. Life of Brian. Because that's who we wrap our presents for. Baby Brian.
We got to stone her to death. She's guilty. And then they stone him, and then they come in and drop that big rock on him. Yeah, it was all women dressed up in like fake beards and shit. Yeah. Then when he fell in the hole,
kids watch the whole Monty Python and Search for the Holy Grail for like the first time. It's like they're just staring at me like, because I'm laughing, and that's like I have my kids looking at me like, why are you laughing at this? I'm like, it's like, appreciate this.
It reminds me of dinner at grandparents.
Spam.
Bless all the cheese makers. What was that guy's name? He was the guardian of that bridge. That's the funniest damn. Me and Luke always talk about that part. Where he says, I will ask you 3 questions. If you get one wrong, you will drop into the endless pit of misery or something like that. And he kept asking all of them easy questions.
And then he gets all his arms and his legs cut off and everything.
Yeah, that was the Black Knight. He goes, I'll bite your ankles, you bastard. He's just sitting there.
Yes, I
got a Goonie shirt on.
It's gonna kind of show my boobies, but see, my Goonies.
I've got a behind the face shirt on. It shows my boobies.
It's not as impressive as the Goonies.
I ruined the moment.
I'm showing my Goonies.
I heard.
I'm going to call them that from now on too. My Goonies. You're going to call your.
My Goonies.
My Goonies.
We're going to the Goonie bar.
Thank you, Amy. And thank you, Carrie, for pointing it out, because I didn't think anybody was appreciating my Goonies. The shirt. I'm talking about the shirt.
Okay, I'm glad you specified. So, Rob, tell us a little bit about what was your first ever movie that you got behind?
It's a movie called Krampus. It's not the Hollywood Krampus. It was called Krampus the Christmas Devil. And they were shooting, and I was living in Ohio at the time. And they were shooting in Erie, Pennsylvania. And I promoted the thing so much that the guy, the director, Jason Hull, he's like, if you can make it to Erie, Pennsylvania, he goes, I have a role waiting for you. Like, you can be in the movie. And I didn't have a lot of money at the time, so I tried it as much as I could, and I just couldn't get there. And so he still gave me a special thanks, and he sent me the movies for free, both of them. He had Krampus and Krampus 2, and so I got both the movies for free, and just all I had to do was promote it, and that's kind of where I got my beginning for promoting. Besides my Facebook groups, I used to promote my Facebook groups. So,
yeah, and you've also won 5 awards, correct?
Yeah, for a movie called Social Distance, and that was the only movie that, well, it's being rebranded now to Seventh Revelation because the director feels that the term social distance has now been overplayed, and he's got a lot of feedback that people kind of don't like the terminology now. So, but anyways, Social Distance was the only movie at the time still in production during the pandemic. And how they did that was everyone was shooting it from their own homes, and you were in charge of your own makeup, you were in charge of your own setups, you were in charge of reading the lines, sending it to the director, and then the director would ask you either to redo it or he liked it, and he put it into the movie where it looked like everybody was kind of like in a Zoom call together. It's a brilliant movie. I got executive producer for that, and it's actually played in theaters. It's streaming right now on Vudu and Amazon Prime. And we actually won a total of 14 awards, in independent awards. But because I was executive producer, 5 of the awards fell into my category. So I got credit for winning 5 independent awards.
That's cool, buddy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, there was a great thing. And this director, he was so appreciative that his next 2 projects was The Electric Man with Eric Roberts. So these are like known names. Like the Social Distance had Vernon Wells from Road Warrior.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, the second movie had Eric Roberts and Vernon Wells. And the newest one that we're working on right now is called Amber Road. And that stars Tom Sizemore, which I'm a huge Tom Sizemore fan. So that was going to be released soon. And we're already winning awards for that one. But I'm only a co-producer on this one. So unless there's certain categories where co-producer gets an award, I'm just happy to be on a great project again. And he basically said that no matter what films he's going to be doing, he's going to carry me along every movie. So he even mentions me a lot in his in his interviews. He'll mention me how, I go so out of my way to promote the hell out of every movie that he does.
And when I called you the backbone earlier, I wasn't lying. You are, my friend, big time.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
I say Amy's the heart and you're the backbone.
Yeah. Well, Amy hates when I call her the best. She calls me her Jedi Master. And I said you have surpassed the master. So she'll never admit it. She'll probably comment in a second saying, nope, Rob's still the best.
What he's saying is, Amy, is you can cut your Padawan braid off now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why when I created the promotion group that I have, the first person that instantly came to mind was Amy to be in my team. And we have another guy, his name is Aaron Poe, and he does a lot of his promoting through his podcast, and he's also the producer of B Movie TV on Roku. So he'll show a lot. Yeah.
There it is.
He shows a lot of his movie. Yep, there it is. I told you. She never fails to try to say no, I'm the best. But yeah, on Roku, B Movie TV, we show a lot of the trailers that we're involved in. Like SamHain's been shown on B Movie TV. The new one with Anthony Caimano that was shown last Sunday, and Helvira Haunted Asylum of Horror was also shown last week. So
the Helvira, when is their campaign supposed to launch?
That's supposed to launch March 1st. And they're doing a t-shirt squad right now. Their t-shirt squad, if you buy one of the t-shirts for Helvira, which I have, but it's in the laundry right now, you're gonna get a special thanks in the credits and on your IMDb page for being part of the t-shirt squad. And they're also doing a pre-launch where you basically get to get early perks, and so they're looking for people to sign up on the pre-launch. But we're kind of looking for just people who are going to be promoting and also not promoting, contributing. So we're looking for contributors to sign up on the pre-launch. So
yeah, these movies don't pay for themselves. That's for sure. Especially, on this side of the street, we don't have big studios backing us. We just comes off the back of everybody pitching in. Amy, or not Amy, but Mandy, you just got Steve Merlo. You're helping him now, right? You're like a production assistant type deal or something to that effect.
Yeah, production coordinator. So I'll be assisting him with all of that, getting everything out to the cast and the crew members.
Steve has an amazing project going on. I consider him like a dear friend, and he's helped me a lot in the backgrounds, finding other projects, and like he actually talked to Michelle Blasky about me, and Michelle reached out, and I'm now the executive producer for the third channel.
Awesome.
So me and Michelle are working hand in hand right now to try to come up with the next campaign. Like I'm in direct contact with Michelle every day.
I told Michelle if she would do a company sponsor perk like Steve did, I would totally put behind the Fiends, and just give her the money for it,
Hey, I'll talk to her.
Oh. Thank you, Amy. I see the comment. Thank you so much.
And Mandy,
it's an awesome opportunity. I'm really happy, and I'm really glad to be working along with Steve on like doing all of this with the Sawyer Massacre. It's a really great project, and I'm really excited for everything to start filming next month. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I had Steve on my show, Father Mahoney's House of Horrors, and what a delight! What a delightful person to talk to. He's always so positive. He's always so giving to people.
Yeah, Steve is great. He's always been great. It's like I'm so happy to be a part of this. It's a really great opportunity, and I do have John to thank. So
yeah,
he called me the other day, and he well, not necessarily called. We were talking on IG. Me and him talk every day. My relationship with Steve is kind of like yours and Amy. He has been kind of like my Jedi master, so to speak. I've been like his Padawan learner, sitting under the learning tree, and but he was like, dude, I'm so swamped, I don't know what to do. I got this, that, and the other. And I was like, find you somebody to help. And he was like, well, who? And I said, well, how about Mandy? Mandy's on her shit all the time. She's really, to the point and very connected out there and knows what she's doing. And he's like, yeah, but this is a lot. I was like, just ask her. And then she was like,
it was so funny because it's like production coordinator. It's like I'm a patient coordinator for like healthcare and stuff like that. I'm like, is it the same thing? But then when he starts talking about spreadsheets and everything like that, I'm like, oh yeah, it's the same thing. Because of the way I have to like do everything, and like because you actually have to work in Excel and you put everything there in order. And I'm like, oh wow, I'm like, it's so funny. It's like from healthcare to acting and like the film. It's so funny, the comparisons. I'm sorry, I'm like talking too much about it, but yeah, it's funny.
Go ahead. I mean, but it's what you are. I mean, when you look at the machine of how a movie is made, what you're doing, Mandy, is one of the main cogs in that machine. Because
it's like it's when he was going over everything with me, I 100% seen why he was so overwhelmed and everything like that, and I completely get it. It's a lot. It's like that position. They're a huge part of it. We have to get everything out to everybody in the cast and the film crew and just anybody who has a part of the film. They get a schedule and stuff like that. So that's a huge part. I'm just explaining it to everybody who doesn't understand. It's like where the go-to, and it's gonna be a lot. And I could understand 100% why he was swamped with it. So I am glad and I am more than happy to help him. It's going to be a great opportunity and it's going to be fun. It's like, I really look forward to it. It's exciting. It's like this whole movie. It's like, it's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's one of my childhood memories, you know?
Yep.
It's
Well,
like, this is great. It's fantastic.
What I want out of it for you is I want to see it open doors for you so you can go work, work within this industry. That's what I want. That's what I told Steve. I said, I want Mandy to have that because you've had a hard year. And I ain't trying to get all sentimental and make us all teary-eyed and everything. You've had a hard year, and I wanted something that you could do and feel like you were being creative and contributing to something and opening a new door and a new chapter in your life.
So, Rob, to give you the short on it, my mom passed away December 29th of 2020.
I'm sorry.
Then in July of 2021, I had gotten COVID and I almost died.
Wow.
They had to save me in the ambulance and everything. So I was in the hospital for a while. And then when I got out, just now, all of a sudden it was like a light switch hit. I have energy and everything now again. But for months I was walking with a cane and my skin and everything I had discoloration and stuff because I had scarring and everything from COVID because I had 3 different rashes that came about because I have an underlying condition. So I got everything. I had 3 plasma transfusions. Then I had the remdesivir, but nothing was stopping it. I tested positive for COVID for a month and a half. So I kept getting sicker and sicker, and they just told me it was going to be my way of life because it weakened my heart and everything. So I wasn't able to return to work in time. So I didn't get to do that anymore. So I've been out of work since then. But I think everything happens for a reason. It's like I don't dwell on that at all. And everything seems to be going in a more positive direction. And like just somebody said it to me the other day. It's like, you're really passionate about all this. And it's like, it's really good. It's like, you're actually happy. And I go, I am. It's like, I love all of this. And it's like, and I love horror. It's like what I grew up on. It's what my mom, it's like my mom and my father. It's like my dad, especially him and his horror host. Oh my God. It's like my dad, because my sister would call him Moppy movies. It's like, he goes, okay, it's Moppy movie time. It's like, this was my life. This is what I remember. And both my parents are passed. They're both deceased. So it's like, it's almost like, it's like they're pushing me. That's how I feel. So I'm excited. I'm happy. It's like everything's good. It's like I had a really bad year. It's like we had to move and everything because of unforeseen circumstances, which were really crappy. But it seems like everything works out for a reason. Everything's for a reason, and everything has turned to a more positive direction. That was a longer explanation than you needed, Rob, but there you go.
That's okay. I can actually relate to you when it comes to almost dying. In 2015, I was still married and went to her 30th reunion. And while there, was it 25th reunion? Well, while there, I started acting really weird. Like my hands kept twitching. I was sweating profusely. No matter what, I would put my head under cold water and I was just sweating. About 20 minutes later, my arms were uncontrollably shaking and I could not stop them. So I said to someone, can you get my wife, Crystal? She comes over and I just collapsed on the floor. And they carried me to the hospital. I don't remember the ride there. I got there. They said now this is all hearsay. Someone else had to tell me this, that my blood pressure was 48/22.
Good God, bro.
My heart rate was 168. My temperature was 104.9. My blood sugar, which I'm a diabetic, was 1,300, which you're not supposed to even be over 300. It's high. No. And they said at one point when they had me worked on by 12 doctors that I actually had lost consciousness. They were Rob, hitting me. And I finally I woke back up again. And the next day, the doctor talked to me. He's like, if you had come in 20 minutes later, he goes, I would be pushing you on a gurney. He goes, I don't know. He goes, you must have some amazing willpower because most people would have already been dead.
Wow.
What happened with you sounds like what happened with we had Andre Gower on, the guy from Monster Squad, and the same thing happened to him. He was
mine was a infection of my kidney. There was a kidney stone that was blocking was inside my liver, and that's not where kidney stones are.
no, they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they said that once it made contact with the liver, it basically threw my body out of whack for everything. And they actually had to, because of all the issues I've had with kidneys over the years, they actually had to remove my my right kidney. I don't have a kidney in my right side. So.
Wow, Rob.
I mean, I had a brush with death, but mine, when I was 5 months old, I got pneumonia, and they gave me a shot of penicillin, and it put me in a coma. But I don't remember it. All I can go off of is what my parents ever told me about.
Exactly. That I can't remember any of it. They said I woke up at one point, and they said I made like almost like a joke because my favorite player is Larry Bird, and I was in room 33, and they said I woke up and said Larry Bird.
Larry did?
I don't remember this, but I'm like, I would be the one to say something like that, like while I'm on death's doorstep.
Oh my God. I was 17. I had a tumor that they had to operate, and I have like an implant. I have a fake eardrum in my right ear and everything. When I woke up after the surgery, I was hallucinating, and my mom said I told them that the room was filled with Merita bread, and I told them all to take a loaf of bread. Make sure you take the bread. And it was Merita bread, and that's a big bread company down here in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm like, make sure you take some of the bread. It's like the whole room was filled with it. It's like, I actually remember, it's like the room was filled with bread, but it's like I didn't remember telling everybody to take some. But I told everybody to make sure that they help themselves. Take some bread.
If you had told me there was Mickey's Donuts in there, which used to be made by Merita bread, I'd been like, okay, where are they at? Where can I get them? You know.
And I'm sorry for the loss of your parents. My dad had passed away 2 years ago, and I actually consider it lucky that he survived that long, because back in 2018 he had a horrific accident when he was in Boston, and he was legally blind. He was blind in one eye and legally blind in the other, and he was never supposed to be going places on his own. But my dad was one of those stubborn souls that I can do this, blah blah blah. So he goes into Boston. He has his doctor's appointment. On the way back, he was waiting for the train outside. You're not supposed to be waiting in the outside area, but he got too close to the side of the tracks and fell 6 feet down onto the tracks, broke 6 bones in 6 different places, and somehow he survived.
Dang.
6 months later, this man was up and walking again. And so having him two more years was extra bonus. So, and my mom has dementia, so.
Oh yeah, no, I felt like that with my father, that he was invincible. He had broken his neck in one car accident. He survived that. That was like years ago. But it's like when he was like 11, he was climbing up over one of those wrought iron fences that had like the spikes and everything, and that like went up through his inside of his leg, up throughout his hip, and it's like he was in a car accident where it flipped and the car was completely crushed, but he crawled out of it. It's like there were so many stories. I always thought he was going to be invincible, and then he passed away in 2011, and that set me into panic attacks and everything, because it's like there's nothing you can do. And then you realize that person you thought wasn't, that like they were invincible.
Yeah.
I've been blessed to still have my father. My biological mother, she passed away when I was 10. I can't even make this up if I tried, and I know it sounds like some Hollywood horse shit that you would see in a Lifetime movie or something, but they got married, her and my stepdad. They were going on their honeymoon, and before they got to their honeymoon destination, they got hit by a drunk driver and killed. So, well, I went to bed that night. We got done with the wedding. I wake up the next day, and we're planning a funeral. So but I've been blessed to still have my dad around. I guess we lost Mandy. Every now and then she'll fall off, but she'll be back in a second. But my dad, he's still around, but I get on him all the time about taking better care of himself. But he's, like you said, them old timers are stubborn, man.
Yep. Well, with my dad, he taught me the gift that I carry today is giving is the best gift you can receive. And he used to tell me that all the time. He's like, don't care about what you get. Care about what you can give. And I carry that philosophy to this day. I don't care about, like, I mean, it's nice when people say thank you or whatever, but if as long as I know someone's been helped, that's a gift for me. It's so.
I mean, that's like it's obvious with you as much as you give to everybody. I try my best to be there for everybody, whether it's, hey, you need a shoulder to lean on, cry on, doesn't matter. You need a few bucks to help you out, whatever.
Yep.
It is what it is, because guess what? I ain't taking none of that crap with me when I go in the
Thank
ground.
you. That's exactly what I told Amy once. Amy's like, you need to save some money for yourself, and I'm like, for what? When I'm buried, it's not coming with me.
Yeah, I'm not taking a big old sack of cash like Scrooge McDuck up to the pearly gates.
Yeah. So like whatever, if someone needs help, I'm always be the first one to say, what do you need? You need a shoulder, you need a couple bucks, whatever you need, I'm here for that.
Nah, Amy, you the goat.
Yeah.
I'm just a dude. Yeah, Amy and all of you all have been very inspirational for me and helping me keep this thing going. When I first started out doing this podcast, man, I had all the wrong outlook on it. It was, how many downloads? I ain't getting enough downloads. I ain't getting this, getting that.
Yeah.
Amy might not remember it because it's been a while. Michelle Apleonia, I probably messed your name up because I'm Southern and we mispronounce everything for whatever reason.
No, you got it. You got it.
And yeah, Amy, her, and Steve Merlo talked me off the ledge because I was done. I was going to quit podcasting. I felt that I was just spinning my wheels, wasting my time, and all this other stuff. And they all pretty much was like, "Don't you enjoy it?" Yeah, I do. Does it bring you joy? Yeah. Have you gotten to meet cool people? Yeah, I have. And does it matter if it's 5 people that listened or 1,000 people? And I'm like, well, I guess because I'm not a greedy person, if I got 5 people to listen to something I did, then that's more than some people get. So
yeah,
I was like, yep. And I kept on going, and now here I am with still getting it. And it's been therapy for me as a guy that suffers with social anxiety, and I have post-traumatic stress from the military and just anxiety disorder in general. And this has been very much therapy for me because everybody's like, well, you never make friends online. I beg to differ. I've got a whole family, is what I call you all. I call you all my extended family.
Yeah, that's where we are. But I was just like you with my YouTube channel. I've had, it's coming up on 10 years. February 22nd will be 10 years on YouTube. But there was like a time, maybe 5-6 years ago, I was like, I would look at my videos, 4 views, 6 views, and I'm saying, I have like, at that time, I think I had like 90 subscribers. I'm like, why aren't all 90 watching? Why did they subscribe? And I would have these like almost like not anger fits, but I'd be like, what the hell are you subscribing if you're not gonna watch it? And so there was a time I was gonna walk away from it too. And it was my sister, my youngest sister's like, don't worry about how many people are watching. Worry about the ones who are watching who are enjoying it. And I thought about that and I was like, God, that makes so much sense. I'm sitting here worried about like nobody's watching, but the ones who were watching were leaving me comments saying how much they enjoyed it. And I was like, you know, I feel myself blessed every time I make a video now, because it's like someone is watching something I created while just sitting here in my bedroom. And now I'm up to 606 videos later. So I'm still going on my YouTube channel.
I've only got 59 so far, but
yeah.
Hey.
Well, it's 10 years, so it's like I checked out the analytics and they're like 600. I think it was yesterday I did my 606th episode. I was like, and I bounce all over the place. Sometimes I'll do like, I'm 50 years old, but sometimes I'll just get in front of the computer and start headbanging and do like a lip sync video. Sometimes I do an inspirational video where I talk about my bout with suicide and depression, and I try to help people. And that one has had probably the most responses, that people thanking me for sharing my story on how I dealt with it, and one person goes, well, it's good that you conquered it. And I commented back, I said, I don't think anybody ever conquers it.
No, you don't.
But we learn how to control it better.
I've had people, you know, I hate referring like you know, but it 5 years ago, I literally was going to take a whole bottle of pills and just go to sleep.
Yeah.
And now 5 years later, I'm still going. So guess what? I didn't do it, because you'd probably be talking to a corpse if you did. But there she is. She's back. Well, I don't see her pretty blue eyes flashing. There she is. There she is. She must have had to go get more coffee and just dipped out on us.
No, it's like everything's weird. It's the weekends, I'm telling you. In this location, it's like the peak hours or something, because it does not want to work on the weekends. So I'm sorry, John. I have to leave the show.
No, it's okay. You want to keep you around, please. But anyway, I'd literally sit in my truck, because what happened was everything fell apart, my marriage, all this, and I was sleeping in my Jeep at the time, out in front of the shop where I worked. And I would get up every morning, go in there, go in the locker room, and we had a shower, and I'd use that and all that, and then I'd go get right back in my Jeep and eat fast food and all that. And I did that for almost a week, and I don't know how people do it. And when I look at homeless people, it's like, man, you got to be made out of something else to do this consistently. I literally sit there with a bottle of Ativan, which is what they give people with anxiety. Well, normally if you OD on Ativan, you'll just go to sleep and you won't wake up. And I was going to take the whole bottle, and the only thing that kept me from doing it was I didn't want my coworkers to come in the next morning and find a corpse.
Yeah.
It's the only reason.
Yeah.
So what did I miss?
We were talking about my YouTube videos and how sometimes I do funny videos, sometimes I do serious videos, sometimes I do talk about horror movies. But I was telling him about the one that got the most response was I did a video on my bout with suicide and depression, and I basically lowered my walls and let everything out on this video. And like I was telling John, there was one guy, he's like, well, at least you conquered it now. And I said, no one ever conquers depression. I said, but we learned to control it better. And I got a lot of responses, a lot of positive, like, thank you for like bearing your soul on this, because that was a hard video. Yeah.
Well, it's always good for people to connect with others who share those same feelings, because it's really hard. I had a friend who a few years ago, she took her life, and it was actually, she passed away on Black Friday. So She left behind a daughter and her husband, and she was newly married. She had only been married a month.
Yeah.
And it was the most surreal thing, the situation to go through. And so to reach out to others, and I'm glad that everybody was giving you a positive feedback on it, because it's something very, very, like, extremely important to go over, and to realize that it's like people shouldn't brush it off. People should really be there for each other, especially in those times.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
I can look at it with shame, but it's part of my history now. So, you know, I used to would never talk about it other than with my
Can't look at it in shame. It's not something to be ashamed about at all.
Yeah, I know, but it's just that stigma, you know, with it. But
yeah, that's the rest of the world's fault for doing that to people, because that's wrong. That's really wrong. And it's like, 'cause you shouldn't feel guilty, ashamed, or like scared to tell anybody about any of that, because you need to. Because if not, then what happened to my friend happens.
Yeah.
It's a horrible ordeal, and then the people that are left behind, it's like it just messes with our heads a lot. You know, it's just
when you got children.
Yeah, she had a daughter, so it was really hard. And it's like, and just thinking, like, that little girl, she kind of disappeared. It's like, I don't know how she's doing or anything, because it's like the last she used her social media or anything was just like a week or so after her mother passed away.
Wow.
So Rob, it's like, yeah, thank you for sharing your story, for sharing your feelings, and letting people know that it is okay to let people know that you're feeling that way and what you're going through. It's like,
I'm a big advocate for if I'm online and I see one of my friends post something like, that's it, I'm done with life, I'll be the first person to message that person and say, like, hey, you want to talk, or I'm here if you need an open ear, or because I'm gonna go into a story that if I cry, don't mind me. But 2013, I had a friend named Jim, and Jim was always the most happy guy every time he posts something, because he loved the group Kiss, and I'm a big Kiss fan. So he would post conventions with pictures of the band members, and every day he would always say, like, how happy the day was, how great the day was. My birthday is October 4th. He wishes me a happy birthday, and I messaged him back, like, thanks so much, Jim. Next day I'm watching, I want to say it's like CNN, and they said they called him James White, and it's not Jim. They said James White walks in front of train. And I'm sitting there going, James. So I'm looking up I'm looking up Jim, and I'm like, I'm seeing people leaving RIP. And I'm thinking to myself, what happened? He just wished me happy birthday. His posts were all happy. Why didn't he come to someone? Why didn't he come to me? And I swore from that day that if I ever saw anybody in need, that I would be there.
And thank God for you, my friend. Because a lot of us have needed that.
Yeah.
People don't realize sometimes we're smiling on the outside and we're silently screaming on the inside.
Yeah.
Yes.
And every year on his passing anniversary, I always break out Kiss. So, and that was 2013. So I've been carrying that for me for 8 years. Like, I wish he would have just reached out to me and said, Rob, I need help.
Fact of the matter is, your friend's going to live forever. You know why? Because you remember him. Yeah. That's why.
But I think it's important for people to realize, like, when people sometimes you'll see somebody who continually posts like, oh, I don't like but you can't take it with a grain of salt. You just have to be that person to say, I'm gonna message this person. I'm gonna at least let them know that someone cares. And so I swore from that day that no matter how tired I was, if I worked 10 hours and did 3 shows, and if I was about to go to bed and I saw somebody that needed help, I'm sacrificing my sleep to make sure that this person's okay. So, and then sometimes I'll reach out and like, oh, I'm just angry at life right now, and and I'll still leave the offer open. Well, if you're ever angry at life again, just message me. I will get back to you. I swear I will. And like my dad, like I told you what my dad said is the best gift you can get is to give people something, give people hope. That's the best present you can ever ask for.
Absolutely is.
Exactly. I don't know if you heard me, but I said you were a guardian angel to many.
Thank you.
Because you're taking on something that a lot of us, even me, I can say I feel kind of selfish.
Yeah.
Because you are so selfless.
I try to be as selfless as possible. And like even with the projects that I take on, I just do it because I want to do it. It's not, no one's saying, hey, I'll make you this or that, and I'll make you the head, the assistant director or anything. But it's not even about that. With Terra 81, it's different, but we still don't charge people. We do it because we want to do it, and that's why
I wanted you to talk about was Terror 81 and what you created that for.
Well, hold on. It's the Terror 81 shirt. I'm probably gonna wait till after my vacation to send out. I have shirts for Amy and Aaron. I created the design. On the back, it has the number 81 representing the Terror 81. Terror 81 came from the idea of street teams. If you guys are familiar with street teams, that they organize and they promote through different groups, and the difference is with Terror 81, we try not to collide with each other. And what I mean by that is, in street teams, I've been part of many of them. What they do is they ask their friends, like say person A reaches out to person B, C, and D. Hey, you want to be part of the street team? We'll get a thank you credit. We'll get a blah, blah credit. But the problem is a lot of these friends are all part of the same groups. So think of yourself as the admin of a group, and all of a sudden you see 4 or 5 people promoting this one project. Instead of saying Friday the 13th is a popular fan films. So on your Friday the 13th group, you see a post about Jason, and then you have 5 posts about this fan film that has really nothing to do with the actual Friday the 13th series. But I've been an admin, so I've let people promote on my groups before, with the except don't collide with each other. Have one person do my group, one person do someone else's group, and none of them ever listened. So I kept thinking to myself, how can I make this better? How can I make this where we're not pissing off the internet? So I was like, well, first, keep it small. So I said 3 people, maybe 4 tops. It ended up being 3. So Amy has her own pages. She has her own Facebook that she promotes on. She has a couple pages that she has permission. I have 30 pages. I run 30 groups. Now, some of them are not always horror, but since I run them, I will make an exception every once in a while and put off topic. So I promote on my side. Aaron, I told you, he's more of the online promoter who promotes through his podcasts and through Roku TV. So each of us have our own lane. so that we're not pissing off different groups, because we're not ever colliding with each other. So I was like, how I came up with the name was, we all love scary movies, so I was thinking like scary at first. I'm like, no, that's not good. I like terror. Terror's like more frightening than scary. And I chose the number 81 because 1981 is one of my favorite years in horror. So I was like Terror 81, and I was gonna call it Productions, and I was like, no, because we're not really producing anything, we're promoting it. So Terror 81 Promotions was born, and now we go around to different projects. We try to keep it minimal, because all of us have lives and all of us have other projects that we're working on solely. So I try to keep it to 3 promotions, and I made an exception on the 4th one because I'm on Rabbit and Red Radio, and I promote for them. I hear Mandy was in contact with them recently.
Yes, I'm going to be on there. So
welcome to the family.
Yes, starting March. We're going to come up with all the details and everything. I'm excited. So yay, I'm going to be part of Rob's family.
Yes. So that's basically how Terror 81 started. I wanted to create something where we were all going to have our own lane to promote without colliding with each other. And it seems to work. Like, people would, like, literally, like, within a week of promoting our group, because I have a Terror 81 group, and I'll get to that in a second. The group is a little bit different. But I got a message from a guy named Les Nolan, and he's like, oh, I was told that you're the person to talk to. So I told we started talking, and I told him about Terror 81. He goes, well, is there any payment you guys are looking for? And I was like, no, just put us in credit somewhere. That's like, so he came up with the idea of putting us as associate producers. I was like, okay, that's cool. Like, if he even just said special thanks, I'm like, I would have took that too. But so now that's kind of our thing now, is when we take on a project, I say, well, associate producer. They're like, okay, yeah. And Amy, like I said, she's so amazing. There's not enough time to tell you how much Amy has meant to building up Terror 81. But for the group, so you don't have to be promoting with us to actually join the group. The group is there to promote your projects. So if you don't need our assistance, I still strongly say promote yourself, promote your movie, promote your podcast, promote your YouTube channel, promote your music. That's what separates us from a lot of other groups, because I'm allowing people to promote freely, and maybe it'll help them somewhere. Like, maybe someone's looking for a musical act and someone posts their musical talent. Now, I just helped without actually helping, because I put that group together to help people. Like, networking is the best thing in the world. It honestly is, and it's the most selfless thing you could do, is to network other people without any, like, saying, oh, you have to give this to me, oh, you have to give that to me. I don't want nothing. I want everybody to succeed in life. So
yeah, through you guys, just promoting through you and word of mouth and everything. I can't put the name out just yet, but I got contacted by one of the actors from I guess you would say B horror movie called Street Trash. Do you remember that one at all? Yep. And me and him are coordinating, Mandy, for him to be on the show. He's looking at the 27th, the day after your guest that you got scheduled. So he's going to probably be on, but he's looking at everything at the moment. But he just out of the blue just reached out to me, and it's because of you guys, Rob, and everything that you've done for me.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Sorry. But no problem. I mean, that's what Terror 81, the group, was created for. See, a lot of people think that you have to be, like, hire us to be part of the group, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. The group is there for everybody to use, and hopefully you'll find a connection or a networking partner through it.
Yeah, because I was like, who was this messaging me? And then when I went there and he like started Street Trash, I was like, no way. Street Trash. It's like, wow, that's like one of the
cult classic.
Yeah, it's also like really over the top gory too. So if you got a squeamish stomach, you might not want to watch that movie at all.
No. That's the one that had the toilet scene, right?
Yeah, where the hobo melted into the toilet and turned into a toilet monster.
So I got a bug in my throat here.
But yeah, that movie you could never make that movie today.
Oh no. No. And I won't even go into cancel culture, but like, yeah, there's a lot of 80s and 90s movies that would definitely not be acceptable today.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows, I want to make a horror movie with Cookie Monster.
You can so do it.
I'm going to do it.
Let's go. Who's going to be Cookie Monster?
I need a Cookie Monster puppet. If anybody wants to provide me with one, I'd be greatly thankful for it, because I seriously have like a whole thing like in my head for this already. So me and the Cookie Monster, it's like, it's not kid friendly, but it's going to be great.
Is it going to be like a Halloween type satire where you're being hunted by Cookie Monster?
Michael Myers is coming for us. I'm not gonna lie.
Did I hear you earlier, Mandy, saying that you liked Halloween 3?
Oh my God, yes, it's my favorite horror film ever.
Well, I got a friend.
Like when I first seen that. Oh, look at that! Oh my God, look at that!
Yeah, I actually did. That's how another way that Michelle Blasky found me.
Let's make this movie. See, it is a great movie, isn't it, Amy? It's like, I really think it would be. Me and Cookie Monster. I seriously freaking want it. But yeah, Halloween 3.
Yeah.
Silver Shamrock. It's like, if you go to my Instagram page, you'll see like where I posted years ago. It's like just the Silver Shamrock like logo. But it's like since I was little, because my mom, it's like she was obsessed with the first Halloween and the third Halloween. Those were her favorites. And it's like, but when I first saw that when it came out, it's like, that's always been stuck in my head. The little kids with the friggin' bugs coming out of their face. That was like the first thing I remembered, like the very first thing. And it's like, I thought it was great. Nothing ever scared me. I thought it was wonderful. But that's awesome. You have that mask, Rob. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's another way Michelle Blasky found me is I was trying to impress her by doing my own promotion on my YouTube channel for Third Channel. And I started the video with the mask on, and I was playing the happy Halloween in the background, and I kept going like this, like my head bobbing back and forth. And I did like this whole like maybe minute and a half video about the Third Channel, and she was like so impressed. She goes, "Oh my God, like you went all out for that one." Because I even reenacted the scene when the kids like squeezing their head.
Yeah. Actually, Amy, I'm going to be auditioning on Monday for the Third Channel, and if anything, I will find a way to be involved with the Third Channel, because that's like, it's an awesome opportunity, and I'm actually excited to be auditioning for the film. So we'll see how everything goes.
First, you were like, "I'm not going to do it," and I was like,
"Because look at me." It's like,
do it.
But that's where the Cookie Monster came from, Amy. Seriously. That's like where the whole idea, because I love cookies. I'm like, well, if Michelle wants somebody that likes cookies, it's like, I'm her lady. But and then I'm like, oh my God. And that's what I thought about. It's like, I go, imagine the Cookie Monster in like a Halloween 3 spinoff. I thought that was amazing. It's like my head just went like fireworks like went off. I'm like, I know nobody else shares that with me, but oh my God. Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm excited. But only if the Cookie Monster can be with me. No, I'm joking. Kind of. But seriously, the Cookie Monster in a Halloween 3 spinoff, tell me that wouldn't be freaking awesome.
Maybe if you found a Cookie Monster like action figure, you could have him sitting on your stand in the scene.
Oh my God, that would be amazing. I'm gonna Tell Michelle that. So everybody can look for that Easter egg.
It's you can be walking through your room and there's Cookie Monster in the background.
Egg. I can even make it it'd be great. No, she wouldn't let me do that though. Be like have him like pop up like little tiny Cookie Monsters somewhere and then make it a drinking game, but nobody wants to play a drinking game with me. John's like, don't do that to the movie. I'm not doing that to the movie. I'm not at all. But I'm serious. The Cookie Monster and the Halloween 3 spinoff with me would be fantastic. But me and the Cookie Monster will make our own movie. I promise.
I dig it.
I like him. I like the idea.
You said that so innocently. I like that.
You're talking to a guy that used to write comic book scripts with some of the most off the wall stuff ever. I mean, never got any of them published.
Oh my God, I gotta tell you about my dream I had the other night. It was the craziest freaking dream, but I'm not gonna tell it here because this is live and recorded, posted on YouTube, and somebody will steal it. But seriously, everybody I tell it to, their eyes go like, oh my God, why isn't that a movie? It's a great, great movie. I really do that a lot. See, Cookie Monster film will happen. Will it be it has to be a slasher, Amy. It has to. Yes, me and 80 horror films. My favorite horror films ever. It's like I'm an 80s horror girl, so it has to be a slasher film. Yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm.
If you need help promoting, just call us.
It's like, who will do that for me, though?
I might be making a cameo in Mr. Les Nolan's film.
SamHain.
As the Cookie Monster.
Oh, I'm playing a podcaster.
Okay.
Yeah, I still don't know what my role is, but I'm supposed to be in SamHain too.
I don't know where he's placing me in the film, but I guess the idea is my podcaster character, which I think I'm just playing myself, and that I'm talking about that particular crime that the movie is based on. And then I guess it goes into something else. I mean, it's been very vague what he's told me.
Well, I'll tell you an exclusive here. Les said that he's killing everybody that appears in the film.
Well, good. He can kill me.
I want to be in the film then. I'm like, that is... I want to be killed. I'm not like, even me? Right now. I'm not. It's like, I want blood covered all over me. That's my specialty. Where's my cookies for the film? See,
I thank you, Amy, for backing me up on that one.
If you need help writing a script, just ask me and Steve, and we'll help you.
That'd be amazing. It's like, it has to be done because the Cookie Monster has to be in a movie where we're being chased by a friggin' murderer. That's like Michael Myers or like a Jason Voorhees, something, you know? Not Freddy. Freddy. Yeah. Well, Freddy's very sarcastic, so that could work, but no.
It's going full Game of Thrones with SamHain.
I know, huh?
But yeah, the whole script writing thing. I mean, I know how to write.
Ruining the ending.
What was it?
Because she said he's going full Game of Thrones with the SamHain film. Does that mean he's ruining the ending?
Oh yeah, because season 8 sucked.
That was the first thought I had. I'm sorry, he probably isn't, but is there gonna be dragons that kill everybody? Because honestly, I didn't think that was ruining the whole season. That's what everybody else thought. I thought having all the dragons kill everybody was awesome. I thought her going all crazy and tapping into her true genetics was great.
They said the reason why the two show creators or runners, I can't say they were the creators because George R.R. Martin's one that created it.
Because they were lack of knowledge of the show and they didn't care what the viewers were invested in.
No, because they had a contract for Lucasfilm and they were trying to rush off of Game of Thrones to go work on a Star Wars movie that they got fired. They got fired. They got fired from it before it ever even took off. So
yeah,
good karma. See, this karma. But honestly, I don't care. It's like I really do think the dragons should have killed everybody because that's me. I'm the villain.
Well, the whole thing is they rushed that because
I'm sorry, Rob's looking like what? It's like, yeah, Robin.
I'm not a Game of Thrones guy, so
you get through the first season, then it picks up. First season's real boring. It's a lot of political posturing
Game
and
of
bullshit.
Thrones?
What's funny?
I thought that was the best season.
Yeah,
really?
What's funny is I'm actually not a horror TV show guy. I love movies, but I don't want to wait till next week to see what happens. I want everybody to die this right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
you're not a Walking Dead guy, huh?
No, I would be like the kind of like TV show creator that would kill the whole season after the episode 1.
Yes, that'd be amazing.
Episode 2, there'll be no one left alive.
I want to see that because that would be truly freaking amazing.
Yeah. And only horror fans can talk like this. Yeah. Like if you walk down the street and said, I'm just going to kill everybody in the next episode, you're getting arrested.
Carrie has a plot for the Cookie Monster film. I'm so sorry, Rob.
That's all right.
I'll be honest with you.
Carrie's a dedicated person to the horror community.
The freaking Cookie Monster film is amazing, though. I'm serious. Everybody really needs to hear my dream that I had, because that is the dream that, like, when I tell people about it, their faces drop and they're like, this was really a dream. And it's like, it was. It's like, I had a dream like I was at a movie, and the twists and stuff in this dream, I'm not going to say it because I'm going to write it, because I do write. So I'm going to write it. And, this one was fantastic because everybody tell it to their faces drop. So it's really cool. It's something that I haven't seen in any film or any like television story either. It's a complete twist on it, and it's gonna be great. I'm gonna see what I can do with it. Yeah, because I do, Rob, I don't know if you know, I do cartoons. I don't do it I do it for myself basically, because nobody likes cartoons anymore. But
well, I like Beavis and Butthead though.
I'm working on a book. My cartoon character, her name is Demon Girl, the main character, but it's a spin on my name. It's spelled Deeman. Demon. That's my name, Mandy, like all mixed up. So I'm working on that and everything. So it's like, I love my cartoons. I do. I love drawing them, everything about them. But I don't know, this dream I had, it has to deal with aliens, and it's going to be fantastic. Yeah, I keep thinking about that. It's going to be great. But I keep reading what everybody's writing in the chats. Oh, it's so like I write for myself.
When you going to do your own movie, Rob? When you going to get your movie out there?
Which one, SamHain?
No, is that your movie?
No.
Okay. When you going to have a Father Mahoney film?
When am I? Well, I wish I could give you the exclusive, but all I can do is tiptoe around it. I have had an idea for a couple of years for a movie. I am not a book writer, and I'm not a writer at all. I've tried, and I've sat down, and I'm one of those people, like, if it's not done in like a week, I get bored. So I've been reaching out to a few people, and one particular director has me intrigued, but it's kind of a spin on an old movie, and I'll give you the hint of the old movie. I'll tell you the whole. So in 1983, there was a movie called Talk Radio.
Yep.
With Eric. Can never pronounce it. Eric Bogosian.
Mm-hmm.
He plays you guys know the plot. He plays a disc jockey or an MC on the edge, and think of like Howard Stern on crack. And when he doesn't get his dream gig, which is supposed to be like to go syndicated nationally, when he doesn't get that, he kind of just takes his fury out on his audience. And they don't actually, most of them don't take offense. They think this is just his character. So my idea is to update it, because radio shows are now more passé. Really, I mean, the only time you listen to radio shows is when you're in a car now. And a lot of times people are listening to their phone or a podcast. So my idea is to change it to a podcast. And since I am a podcaster, I figured I'm going to play the role. And, with advanced technology now where people can bug your computer, hack your computer, I think this would be a very intriguing thriller. And I actually came up with a title for it. It's called because think of talk radio, how simple that is. Talk radio. Mine is called podcast.
Yeah.
Hey, it works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It works.
But I can't tell you who is the person behind possibly writing it. So.
Yeah, but like with going with podcasts and everything, it's like, of course, it's going to grab everybody's attention. That's great. It's because it's simple. It's people are going to see that, and yeah, that's great, Rob.
It'll be the mind of Rob Mahoney, but it will be directed by probably someone else. I mean, I'll get probably like a writing credit, even though I'm technically not writing it, but it's my ideas. And the one stipulation is I have to star in it. So because I can play a crazed. I'll tell you a quick story. When I was still living in Ohio, I auditioned to be to work in a haunted house, and I couldn't be on the books because I was collecting unemployment at the time. So I went there and I was like, I have to work off the books. And they're like, well, we need people. He goes, so I'll give you 30 seconds to scare me. So he sits down in the corner. We go to one of the rooms. And I came up with I had to think of something really quickly. I came up with a demented mental patient. And so I let's see if I can still do it. Hold on. Give you guys the exclusive. So I kind of look up and look at him. I was like, hi. My name is Bobby. Are you here to play with me? And I was giving him all these cracked out eyes that he's like, I can see him squirming. And I was like, you look like you're a lot of fun to play with. Are you gonna be my friend forever? I love you. He goes, okay, stop. He goes, you got the job. So that's why I say I wish I had more acting ability, but I know how to kind of just have fun with an idea that I have. So I think I could play that role of the podcaster and almost kind of keep it to the same kind of premise, where I'm a podcaster that doesn't really care about you, but people think that you care because you're answering their calls. In this case, it'll be you. I'll be answering them on podcasts. So.
Yeah, I like your Bobby. That's pretty scary.
Thank you. The name Bobby actually came up from the old Howie Mandel skit.
Yeah.
And so I actually can still do that. Hi, my name is Bobby.
He's got a podcast where he has a giant Bobby behind him on his podcast set.
Yeah. So the name Bobby actually, because when I was a kid, they since my name is Rob, they would always call me Bobby. Actually, half of my family still calls me Bobby, but I don't like it. I like Rob.
Oh, Hank Hill. God damn it, Bobby. Oh.
Do you want to hear about my dream that I want to make a movie?
Yes, please.
Please.
Are you sure? It's is anybody going to steal the idea? Because I would hate that somebody stole the idea. Because seriously,
okay, it's copyrighted by Mandy.
It's the most original.
Yeah, you got to put a copyright now on this.
Okay, so it starts off slow. It starts off like a woman in her mid-30s who's married, and the marriage is kind of dull and boring. She has kids and everything, but But it's so funny because I'm dreaming this and I'm like, I go, okay, this has to speed up because I hate when movies start off slow to get to the big part, like when all the action starts to happen and then it gets exciting. And I don't know if you noticed the trend where everybody takes too long with their movies. It's like, so in my dream, I made sure that it's like, okay, this has to speed up. So I made sure it sped up in my dream. So it's like, so the divorce, everything happens and everything like that. But then it's like I get invited to work with this team. But they don't really tell me what it is. It's some type of government team. Like you go in and you're supposed to like sanitize or clean up things, but they weren't too specific. So I go in and the team didn't like me too much. There's like this one guy on the team who hates me and keeps telling the other team members, I don't know why they have her. She's worthless. It's like she can't do anything. So I'm like, I'm being hurt, like, oh, I can't clean type of thing. It's like, why are these people like that? I take the job because it pays a lot of money. But we go into our first job and it's a bunch of dead bodies all over the home. And the bodies are still fully intact, but their skulls, it's their skulls. It's like no meat or anything left on the skulls with big cracks and big holes in them. And I overhear the group of the team, like some of the team members, like speaking about that I'm still like no good, I'm worthless, this and that and everything. But like the one guy, it's like I hugged him and I told him, I was like, oh, I still love you anyway, because it was like the one that hated me the most.
Yeah.
But it's like I get so mad about it because I'm just being sarcastic, like just trying to brush it off. I go over and I pick up one of the human skulls and I look at it, and like this freaking little furry, like half rotted animal like pops out and tells me, put me down. It's like, you're going to poison me. You're going to kill me. Put this down. It's like, put me down. It's like, so I put it down. Like I walk away and everything and stuff like that. It's like that, like takes me back. Like, what the hell is this? Like, what's going on and everything. And it's like, and I overhear the people like talking crap about me still. So it's like, I go outside and all of a sudden my hands turn bright red. And it's like, and all you can see like heat waves coming off of them. And it's like, and all of a sudden it's like my body starts to try to fly. And I'm like, what the hell is going on with me and stuff like this? It's like, what is this? What's going on? And like, after that happens, it's like, I don't know if I black out or whatever, but we end up back at the place of the employment, like where we're supposed to be. And I speak to the supervisor and he informs me that it's not really like a team thing. What it is these team members are all products were what happened with the alien experiments on humans. So it's they've gone around and they gathered us up. And and apparently my blood was toxic and everything, like poison to other like certain aliens and stuff like that, because I go to the break room and where the people are sitting and I see the skull with the with this little creature in it, and I pick it up and I go, why are you telling me that it's like I'm toxic and all this other stuff? He goes, to other aliens, he goes, your blood is poison, the type of alien you are. And he goes, but to humans, he's like, you're toxic, you turn them sour. So that's why my marriage ended and stuff like that, because, and that's why he was just like, blah, like the husband and stuff like that. And it just kind of drains life out of them. It just makes them kind of like a blank canvas. And so, but then when the person that I hugged, something happened where they started to like me. So they tried to kiss me and they dropped dead because that person was half alien. So they died from it. But it's like the whole fact that I was this alien experiment, and because it's like, basically they probed my mom in the ass and
well, that came out of nowhere.
I am with powers. I was like, this would make a fucking fantastic film.
Got powers from being.
But it's like, but the fact that it was like a 35-year-old. I'm older than that, but she's like 35, and she's like this boring life, like ahead of time, and all of a sudden it just turns around. But that little creature, what turned out what that creature was, he was like something parasitic. He would latch onto the humans and devour them, like they would die. And then he would just, for some reason, like all the flesh on their skulls would just fade away because that was like the least amount of flesh and stuff. But he was, he would say he could still live off of their bones for a certain amount of times, living off the nutrients. So this was my dream.
Wow. That's a very detailed dream.
Isn't it? Is it excellent? I woke up so
Yeah.
excited. I was like, this is the best ever. I was like, it was like fantastic. It's like everybody else told me, it's like, I'd be so scared if that happened to me. I was like, no, this was fantastic. This is great. I woke up so happy. So I told you my dream. I told everybody my dream. See,
Well, there we go.
I have kick-ass creative dreams. I have a lot of those, Amy. But I think that one where I realized that I was half alien, and because my mom was put in the booty hole with something and I was created, I think this would be an excellent freaking movie. And that's like I was explaining to like somebody just before this that it was like X-Men, like me, what did I say? I can't even remember anymore. Never mind. Wow. I don't remember, but no, seriously, it was like, because you have powers like the X-Men and everything like that. So
this has a lot of elements in it.
It does, but it was like really cool and it's original. You can't tell me that it's not original.
But
that has
how you got the powers.
That has like a lot of like CGI and crap in it, so I don't see that happening anytime soon. But I'm gonna write it.
That's what Indiegogo's out there for.
Exactly.
But, like my dream left a lot open to where I can write a whole script for that thingamajiggy bobs. So that's what it's called, a thingamajiggy bobs.
Writing a script is not as hard as you think it might be. Because all you're doing is picturing the surroundings, the setting, and all that. And
when I wrote my comic of my cartoon character eating a pizza, that was hard, John. Okay, that was hard.
Just imagine carrying on a conversation between two people in your head, between the two characters. What would they say?
Because sometimes people do that, and then it doesn't make sense.
Well, Amy knows about this. I did when I said I did try to write a book. I got like
I say about
15 chapters through, and finally, like I just got bored with it. But it was actually a very creative idea, and it was called Jack Run Road, and it was going to be based in Ohio because at the time I was still living in Ohio, and there was actually a real street called Jack Run Road. And every time I go down the street, I was like, man, this would be a great area to film a movie because it was very eerie. There was a lot of open space, and then there was a lot of like steep hills. So like if you got caught on this street, there's like nowhere to go because there's like a point where there's a hill on the left side and a hill on the right side. So if like a killer was coming after you, there's no way you're getting away. So I messed with this idea of like having like a cult family that lived on this street, and basically it started up where this family was coming back from like a town fair, and their door was creaked open a little bit, and there was a marking on the door, and like basically the father wasn't even like paying attention to the marking, but that came into play like a couple of chapters later. Anyways, he walks in and he notices like furniture was in different places, and so he looks at his wife and says, call the police. Well, by the time the police by the time she got to the phone, 3 people broke in and made each family member watch one of the family members getting butchered one at a time. And then it goes fast forward to 20 years later. No one has lived in this house since, but it's still on the market. Kind of like the Amityville house. Like, it's always on the market for some reason. Anyways, this writer and his family, he's looking for a cheap place to just write his books. And he finds this place. And of course, you have the people who are trying to warn him. You can't live in that place. The bad things happened there once. And he's like, yeah, he's ignoring them. And later on, like, I don't remember the whole thing, but I remember later on, he came home and there was the same marking on the door. And that's kind of like where I left off. But it was supposed to go on to where this was hallowed ground, that house was buried on hallowed ground, and that anyone who lived in that house was going to get butchered, basically. So I wish I kind of continued it, because I actually I think it was called WordPress, and I was writing all this stuff down on WordPress, and I got rid of WordPress one day by accident.
And lost the whole book.
Yeah, and I only have I think I sent somebody the first 2 chapters, and I got to figure out who has the first 2, because I'd have to basically start from there again. Because if I ever did decide to write again,
write the book. Carrie has this idea, and I have never thought of this before, but this would be freaking cool. If you took and did a reversal, like an alternate universe of Halloween, and instead of Michael being the villain, Loomis is the villain.
Oh. Or Laurie could be the villain.
Yeah, that too. With Loomis, I could see it being like a crazy doctor.
But then we have the crazy doctor in the remake with the Doctor. What was his name again? The actor name from Cat People.
Yeah. Oh God, I know he got his head stomped by Michael's foot.
Yeah.
But,
someone in the chat help us.
Yeah, help.
Yeah.
Me to the Googles.
Oh, we got do you have Twitch? Because I see a guy named Elliot Agram who says yum.
What?
Malcolm McDowell, that's what it is.
Yep. He said yum.
Yeah.
Who said yum?
In the chat, there's a guy from Elliot Aguiar. Yum.today.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I don't think you want to click on
that's
that.
one of those
it's bum. It says fume or bum.
Yeah.
That's one of those people that's always bombing Steve's live streams when he does them.
Yeah.
No. His are more enthusiastic.
Yeah, his are like, do you want to have a sexy time, and different things like that pop up.
I know they block me from leaving comments on his thing, but they let those people in.
On my podcast, I actually had someone call me Satan.
I want to be called Satan. I'm jealous.
I said, how can I be Satan when I'm the father?
Yeah, his most holy, the eminence.
Oh, do you guys know where the father reference came from, by the way?
Mm-mm.
So the term Father Mahoney hasn't always been an endearing one. Back in 2014, I used to run a group called Friday the 13th Alumni. I still have it, but it's a different. I had to close the old one because of the things that happened in that. I used to have a group of admins, and whenever people would post tasteless things, we always say, "Hey, can you rephrase that, or can you, don't post stuff like that." So one of my admins caught something. It was the reference of Friday the 13th Part 2, the guy in the wheelchair, and how he says, we'll meet. He wants to like hook up with that chick later. Mm-hmm. And the meme said, if he knew he was going to die in 10 minutes, he wouldn't have said anything or something. And now my wife was at the time, my wife was in a wheelchair, and I did find it a little tasteless, but I didn't say anything, but one of my admins did. And instead of letting him change it or rephrase it, she kicked him out of the group. Well, this guy, I didn't know at the time, was a huge podcaster, like in the horror world. And he went on to belittle me, everything. Like my name was all over the internet on a bad term. And one of them said, oh, he thinks he's the father of horror. So that's kind of how the whole term of Father Mahoney came out. But, about a year later, me and all of them got together. I said, dude, we need to bury this. So, I told them exactly what had happened, and the whole thing. It was never my fault, but since I was the runner of the group, they held me liable. So, they asked if they could continue using the term Father Mahoney because I guess it was starting to get in the huge ratings. everybody loved Father Mahoney. Because he wasn't even like a real person. He was just a figment of what they thought I was. So they would like make funny skits with. I was like, sure. So I kind of end up endearing the term Father Mahoney. And about 2 years ago, I was on the Rabbit and Red radio show, the main show. And at that time, Michael J was still behind the helm, Michael Sankovich. And he had Cody Robinson. And they asked me to come on the show because it was like the 6-year anniversary of Father Mahoney, because Cody Robinson knew about that whole thing. So we were talking about that, and after the show, he goes, "Dude, you need your own show. You need to be a podcaster," because he goes, "That was so like everything you were saying was so fluidity, and people were engaged in it." And so that's how I kind of got into podcasting. And so they're like, "You have to come up with a name." So I was like, Father Mahoney. So I had a show. I did a segment on YouTube called Father Mahoney's Houses of Horror. Well, I cut it instead of houses. I put House of Horror, and that's how basically where Father Mahoney came from.
It's like printing money, baby.
Yeah. And I have another show on that network called Crossing the Streams with Rob and Cody. And Mike Sankovich actually came up with the title because we wanted to do not just horror, but we wanted to cross into different wrestling and action movies. And he just goes, it's kind of like crossing the streams. We all got the reference, Ghostbusters. But we wanted to make sure that people didn't think it was just a Ghostbusters show. So that's why, like, each week when we have like a different topic, like last week we did the whole Nightmare on Elm Street retrospect. So we had Freddy standing behind me and Cody as Ghostbusters.
Well, you all ever do another wrestling episode and need somebody to come on, I'm your guy, because I don't know if I care too much for current wrestling. I'll still watch it, but I like the old stuff from back in the day.
Well, me and Cody love the old school, but like I still more favor WWE now. Yep. Even though I don't like a lot of it, but I favor it more than AEW. And that's why we're good together, because he's more an AEW guy. So we kind of clash there. But we'll talk about, we've been doing the Dark Side of the Ring series lately. And we talked about the Chris Benoit episode. We talked about the New Jack episode. And what was the other one we did? I can't remember what the other one. But
Plane Ride from Hell.
The plane, yeah, we did that one.
You had the Brian Pillman episode. Then you had the Luna Vachon.
Yep.
Oh, the Luna Vachon one, man, that just made me sad, man. I did not realize how much hell that poor woman went through.
Yeah.
Just with personal demons and everything.
Yeah, so we're supposed to be doing a show before I go on vacation. So yeah, I'll mention it to Cody, because if we're doing wrestling again, I'm not sure what our topic is this week. So
yeah, if y'all don't mind having somebody on, because I can give you a perspective of the old NWA, the old North Carolina.
Yep, same here. We were just that same guy I mentioned earlier, Greg Gilbert. We were talking about Dusty Rhodes' old promo from Hard Times.
Yep.
And like there's nothing like that kind of wrestling anymore.
No, that's like when Bobby Eaton died, man. I hardly saw anybody really do any kind of tribute shows, much of anything. And to me, Bobby Eaton was one of the greatest. I mean, yeah, he wasn't a killer promo by no stretch of the imagination.
No.
But he was so damn good when he was in that ring. The things that he was doing back then are, standard now, but he was kind of like the guy holding the banner and going forward with how wrestling progressed.
Yeah.
Especially with tag team wrestling.
Yeah, with like the all Fantastics and the Midnight Express and the Rock and Roll Express were like and the Von Erichs were my favorites. Love the Von Erichs, and
I love the Freebirds, man.
What a tragic story the Von Erichs were, though. So,
yep. David died from natural causes, and the rest of them killed themselves.
Yeah, I know. I was actually at the old Boston Garden, and they stopped one of the matches, and they said, "I'm sorry, we have to announce that David Von Erich has passed away." And he wasn't even part of the whole WWE at the time, but that's how much respect he had in the industry that they actually stopped the wrestling match and did a 10 like the 10 count for, the 10 bell salute for him. And I thought that was like, that's when they had more respect for other federations than they do now.
That's like Owen, man. I still say to this day, if Owen hadn't died, he would have surpassed Brett. There ain't no doubt in my mind he would have surpassed Brett with in-ring work, because he was way better. Even Brett says that Owen was better than him.
Oh, and he was more entertaining than Brett. So, I am not a nugget. That's my best. That's my best Owen impression.
That damn gimmick they put him in when they had him in the Nation with that caution sign singlet on, I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Y'all couldn't have just kept him the black card or something. You had to put him in that. Jesus. But they said he never complained. He just did whatever he had to do.
Yep.
I still like Repo Man. That was my dude back in the day.
Repo Man.
What a shitty gimmick, but I still loved it. He'd come out to the ring and he'd have like a Hamburglar mask on, and he would steal people's shit and run to the back with it. It was so awesome.
Well, a quick exclusive. I know that Les Nolan has a wrestling project that he's going to be working on possibly next year. So, and he's been making some wrestling contacts for SamHain. So I think that's kind of the segue that he's going. He's trying to get some wrestling contacts so that when he has the wrestling movie, that he already has like his foot in the door. Like he has James Ellsworth.
Yep,
he has Sabu. So and I can't tell you who, but he has talked with 2 others. And he's waiting on a phone call this week for one of them. So
I'll tell you one that I Les, if you watch this at some point, which you will, I know, why don't you contact Shane Douglas, the franchise from ECW?
Yes.
The man that Triple H stole the gimmick from. I don't care what anybody ever says. Triple H stole that gimmick from Shane Douglas when he was in ECW. That whole game thing.
Remember when they brought Shane Douglas to the WWF at the time, and they made him like the teacher, or he was like a scholar.
Dean Douglas.
Yeah, Dean Douglas. That's it.
Well, where did Mindy go? Oh no, she disappeared.
Coffee time.
What are you doing? Picking your nose or something back there?
What is it? Playing peekaboo?
I don't know shit about wrestling. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, you don't know? You don't?
Yeah, no, I don't know anything, John.
It's okay. We're not going to be judgmental.
That's all right. We'll send you a bunch of homework.
I'll send you a video of the night Shane Douglas won the NWA title and threw it on the ground.
Yes.
And basically told the NWA to go kiss his ass. Or no, he said this belt's been held by Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, Harley Race, not Gerald Briscoe, the other Briscoe.
I'm okay. I promise I don't need to see
and then he throws it down and he goes, and they can all kiss my ass.
Yep.
And then ECW was born.
Yes, it was.
I don't need to see it, John. I promise.
You probably would have liked Shane Douglas back in the day. He was kind of a heartthrob.
I'm not that kind of lady.
Hey, The Rock came out of wrestling. We wouldn't have no Dwayne Johnson if it wasn't for the WWE.
He has a really funny shaped head.
Yeah, but for a funny shaped head, I just like to have a quarter of the money he's made.
I don't care.
You know he's a rapper now too.
Oh my
really?
God.
Yeah, he did a song with.
I gotta hear this.
He did a song with a guy named Tech9, and there's like 3 people in the song. Each person has their own verse. Rock actually has like a minute verse, and he's actually pretty damn good. I'm like, is there nothing he can't do? Yeah, is there something he can't do? Like, he can do everything.
I want to see him be a pretty lady.
That would probably be his next movie.
He comes over here to Hawaii quite often, but I think he has like extended family over here because his grandfather, Peter Maivia, used to run the wrestling federation that was over here in Hawaii a long time ago.
Yes, run by his run by what's her name? Aaliyah?
Yep.
Aaliyah Maivia? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda, if you ever did you see that TV show they did with The Rock? It's just called, I think it's just called The Rock, and it's his life story, like, but he puts like a comedic spin on it. Like, they say like most of it is like 75% of it is true story, and then the rest is like just to get get laughs and giggles. And they actually have like they represent a lot of the old school wrestlers. There's a guy who plays his father, Rocky Johnson. There's a guy who plays Junkyard Dog. There's a guy who plays Macho Man. There's a guy who plays Andre. And it's like, it's actually kind of, if you're up for it, you should check it out. I think it's on I think it's just on video on demand. You can look under like TV shows, and you can trend, like, what's it called? Watch it through all. I think it's only on three seasons now.
I listen to Jim Cornette's podcast every week. Man, that dude, he tickles me some kind of good.
Yeah.
Hates.
Cornette is very outspoken.
Yeah, he's that old curmudgeon that's like, I don't like the way things have changed now. He does not like no. He hates AEW. He still loves WWE to an extent, but yeah, he hates a lot of the AEW guys. He hates Kenny Omega with a passion because he wrestled a blow-up doll in Japan, and that pissed Cornette off.
Yeah.
Cornette calls Vince Russo
a blow-up doll. They couldn't have come up with a better like gimmick than a blow-up doll match.
The Japanese do some weird stuff over there. Yeah, he's hilarious. That dude. Amy, I'll send you a link where him and Virgil, the guy that used to be with the $1 Million Man, had a Twitter war words. That shit was hilarious.
Oh, if you don't know one thing about Amy, she's huge wrestling fan. There's a lot of times I'll be watching YouTube and I'll come across like a funny skit like Kurt Angle with the milk truck, and I'll just send it to Amy. I'm like, remember this? And she starts laughing. She's like, oh my god! And then she'll send me something like back, and we'll sometimes we've had whole conversations on sending YouTube videos.
Look at Mandy. She's like, I'm so bored with this wrestling shit.
So what slasher can no. I was gonna try to change the subject real quickly.
Well, Jackass just came out yesterday. I have yet to go see that yet.
I've seen the other ones, but I haven't gone back to the theater. The last movie I saw at the theater was Scream. So
yeah, I didn't get a chance to go see it at the theaters. They are super strict over here, especially with the Omicron variant. And at the time, I caught it around the time Scream came out. So
yeah. Oh wow.
I didn't have a chance to go see it, but with the turnaround the way it is nowadays, it won't be long before it's on video on demand.
Yeah, and I found it entertaining. Of the 5 movies, I put it as my second favorite in the series, behind the original. So
damn, that's
it's really a strong entry. And I just heard today that Scream 6 is a go.
The only thing I'm scared of is they're going to keep going to the well too much, and it's going to become like Jason goes to space type shit.
I like Jason when he goes to space. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care what anybody says about any of those films. I think they're all amazing.
I have a perfect ending to Scream. Are we allowed to give spoilers?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care.
All right, so a spoiler alert. So in part 5, if you haven't seen it yet, Dewey dies.
I haven't seen it yet.
All right, so with him gone, I'll say him because I don't want to say his name again because I don't want to ruin it for Mandy. But the other one should die in the next movie at the hands of Sydney. I think Sydney, after surviving all these movies and all the crazed things that she's had to go through, she finally loses it, and she is now the Scream Killer at the end. I would love to. Yeah,
that would be good. But Skeet, if you're watching this right now, please marry me. I love you.
Skeet Ulrich.
Yes, he's a sexy mofo.
You don't like Matthew Lillard?
No.
Matthew Lillard was my favorite.
Well, can I give you?
Oh, you can marry him, and I'm going to marry Skeet. Let's have a double wedding.
Skeet is Billy, right?
Huh?
Skeet is Billy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he was Billy
So
Loomis.
if you haven't seen 5 yet, you might want to see 5.
Oh, I'm going to see it soon. I haven't been able to.
Yeah, I heard because somebody ruined it for me about his involvement.
Hey.
Yeah,
no, it's all over the place.
But they do it genius. They do it genius. It's
calm down, Amy. Calm down.
Skeet is yummy. Thank you, Amy. Yes. Skeet, please freaking be my man.
Yeah. Hey, Gail Weathers is yummy.
I haven't missed an episode of Riverdale, Skeet, if you're listening.
Yeah, I love Courtney Cox.
There's only one girl that beats Courtney Cox, and that's Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, my lord.
Care about them. I'm talking about Skeet. Come on, get it with the program.
When Jennifer Aniston did that movie Horrible Bosses, I don't know why I kept rewinding that scene that she had with Charlie Day.
Yeah, John. Okay.
What's that movie she did with the family that had to hire the guy that had to hire a family?
Oh, Meet the
Millers.
Yeah.
That one scene, I rewound that like
stripper. Yeah.
Yeah, I rewound that scene like 20 times. I was like, my lord, I don't feel 50 anymore. I lost 20 years watching that movie.
Never mind. I'm gonna say it one more time because this is like a beacon. Skeet, if you're listening, please.
Skeet. She's wanting.
I'm begging.
She wants Skeet as a guest on the show.
No, because she'd be like falling all over him for the whole time.
She'd be like, John, I'm doing the main host today.
It's Skeet.
I become like.
Would he be scared?
Probably.
See? Hashtag Skeet. Do it, John. When you post the video, do it.
Yes, see, Carrie likes
tag him in it.
In the Millers.
Okay, so Skeet does it for me, and Dave Chappelle does it for others.
Yeah, we had Nancy Ann Ritter from Scream. She was the girl in the bathroom. That
was amazing. I love her so much.
So we got kind of like a TMZ exclusive that Dave Chappelle's got a big donker. Like, yeah, looks like a baby's leg.
Wow.
See,
according to Nancy.
Harry said, Skeet, you are needed here. You need to friggin' tag him in this video, John. Just because
you know what he's gonna be like? He's gonna like, who the fuck is this guy?
Mandy Delamorte, that's who it is.
Who the hell is Father Mahoney?
He like me.
Yeah, you can put hashtag Mandy loves Skeet.
See? That's perfect. Mandy loves Skeet. I freaking love him. I seriously do. You want me to put on my friggin' like Riverdale jacket? I have a friggin' my serpent's jacket. My Jughead jacket. Yeah.
Wasn't Luke Perry in Riverdale too?
Yeah. I was so sad. I actually teared up for that one.
Yeah, me too.
Perry. That was sad.
A lot of people don't know, but I was a Beverly Hills 90210 nut too. So
I was. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I did watch it. My sister even sent me stuff for that show.
Yeah, I watched it all the time.
Like, out of all the shows and everything, I can tell you about 90210.
My girl's Kelly.
I ain't gonna lie. The episode where
I loved Luke Perry
where Tori Spelling finally kissed David, I actually cried a little bit.
Yep. I was like, it's about damn time.
Oh yeah, that was sad with Luke Perry. It really
Luke Perry's son is a wrestler now, known as Jungle Boy.
Yeah, I know about that. See, that's the only wrestling thing I do know.
And he looks just like his father.
Yes, he does. It's scary. He's good too.
8 seconds.
Anyway, but to get back onto what the most important topic of the night is
Skeet.
You need a hashtag Skeet York in this, please.
I'm going to take that out as a soundbite and send it to him.
Do it good. Do it out there. Skeet York, we need you on the show. I need to touch your body.
Then you're going to get one of those, what are they called again? Oh, yeah, restraining orders.
I don't care. He's not going to get a restraining order
from the attorneys from the attorneys of Skeet Ulrich.
Yeah.
He's so freaking sexy, though.
Are you thinking of old Skeet or new Skeet? Because current
Both.
Skeet.
I like the news. I like friggin' old Skeet. Okay, it's like young Skeet, old Skeet. I'll take all of it.
Well, how about we got Nancy coming back on? You ready for that second ride? She's coming back on next month.
I love her so much, though.
I'm going to go ahead and let you know, Rob. If you get her on your show, I'm just going to go ahead and let you know. You're going to be doing a lot of bleeping.
Yeah, it's great, though. I love her.
Hey, you can mention to Nancy if about her,
look what Amy wrote.
Her
you need to pull up what Amy just wrote.
Oh my God. Oh, Skeet, we need your meat.
Yeah, see?
I'm going to totally make that a bumper sticker, Amy.
Oh my God, please do. I want the bumper skit. I want it. The bumper. Hear me say Skeeter. I said bumper Skeeter.
Skeeter. Skeeter.
I need a bumper Skeeter.
Well, when you have Nancy back, you're gonna have to mention the Skeet fetish.
She's probably the same way. Didn't she say that she was in love with him too? Or no, she
didn't. I kept asking about him. I'm the one that was in love with him, John. Get it straight.
She was she fell in love with one of the guys that was supposedly working security on the set. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the security guy. I knew she said that I was in his house and he had all these guns above the bed. And I thought, oh my God, he's gonna shoot up my bleep.
Shoot up her the JJ.
And then I did, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Because she said it like outright, and I didn't expect her. She's such a sweet little lady, and she just came out with it.
She is a ball of energy.
She is. I love it. I love it so much.
We live stream Rob for 7 hours.
Wow.
And she was still ready to go. Me and Mandy were like, we gotta get off here now. Everybody,
I know Skeet's on Instagram. I follow him like a stalker, but he doesn't respond to me. I do. I'm not gonna lie. He's gonna. He's gonna get a restraining order against me.
I kind of stalk Kourtney Kardashian.
That's okay. Those ladies are hot.
I've messaged her 4 times, and
I don't agree with their taste and everything, and their mentality or their personalities, but they are hot. If you tell them not to talk,
Kourtney might be the sane one.
I would hook up with them.
Yeah, she is. That's why I like her.
If you tell them not to talk, I would hook up with them. But
Kim is a psycho hose beast.
Yeah, and she's going to ruin Pete Davidson's career before it's over with.
Yep.
He just don't see it yet.
That's what I message her all the time. I'll comment on her pictures. I'm like, you are the hottest of all the Kardashians, right?
While they're talking about the Kardashians, me and Amy are going to talk about fun stuff. Me and Carrie, too.
The yummy meat that's known as Skeet.
Oh, my God. I love it. I am going to post that on Instagram and my stories, and I'm going to tag him in it.
Well, I tried to. I was going to reach out to Matthew Lillard, but then I'm pretty sure you'd be like, "Ugh, boo."
No, I'll talk to him because he was Shaggy. I'll make him talk like Shaggy.
He's a big Dungeons and Dragons nerd, by the way.
Oh, okay. Let's do it. I love Dungeons and Dragons. You know, I had oh my god. In my old neighborhood, freaking guys in my neighborhood. There was a whole group of them that would dress up in their Dungeons and Dragons garb, and they would walk around the neighborhood. And I thought it was the greatest thing in the whole wide world. That is the best thing in the world.
Did you see Amy's comment?
Stop.
Yui Bowl. And he accepted my friend.
Oh, Amy, that's gonna totally be me. It's like I never get like that. I never get starstruck or anything. Oh, like it got all blurry. I never get starstruck or anything with anybody, but I think I will with Skeet.
Well, I got starstruck when I got to my first convention, because every year I would always try to set up plans to go to a convention, and every year something would happen. Like someone got sick, I had to work more, or I got a promotion and I was expected to work. And so finally, 2019, I finally get to my convention, and who do I get to meet? I get to meet Kane Hodder. I met Felissa Rose, and Felissa Rose, if anybody doesn't know, the sweetest woman I've ever met.
She's also one of the hardest working too.
Yeah, she actually made me feel like I was the celebrity, because I run a group called Sleepaway Can't Forever, and she sees me in line, and she finishes signing the autograph. She gets up, runs out from behind her chair, and runs up, "Rob Mahoney, I love you!" And she gives me this big hug, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like she's like marking out on me.
That's cute, though.
Yeah,
I love that story, Rob.
I have tried to reach out to her to be on the podcast, but I understand.
Oh, have you seen her IMDb?
Yeah, I don't take no offense that I never get any correspondence back, because she has, when I say like possibly the largest filmography ever, she's probably that person.
Yeah. Amy might tell you the story too, but for what was it, for Christmas last year, Amy? I think it was for Christmas. I sent Amy a cameo for Christmas, and it was Felissa Rose. And Felissa had the sweetest message for her, and like literally, Amy messages me. She's like crying, like, "Oh my god, why did you do this, Mama?" Yeah. But I can actually, I think I might still have it. I can send it to you, if that's okay, Amy.
What are you doing? Showing off your goobies?
My Goonies.
Your goobies.
I love that movie, by the way, Goonies.
That's the best movie ever.
Did you hear they were supposed to make a remake, a sequel at one point? They had gotten most of the actors to sign to do a sequel.
Really?
I
actually didn't hear about that.
Except for one.
Let me guess, Feldman?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Feldman wanted too much, and I guess it was supposed to be like what happened to them after that day, like where they are now. But I think they were going to do the whole, like they were going to be the background characters now, and their kids were going to be the new Goonies. So I think Corey Feldman kind of like, well, I want to be the star, and he didn't sign for that.
He's
for that reason.
With a lot of stuff.
Yep. He did that for, I think he did that for 13 Fanboy too. He almost didn't want to do it unless he got a bigger role in it.
Well, I'm a Feldman fan, but like I said, I wanted to reach out to Jameson Newlander and have him come on the show to talk about the Lost Boys and stuff, because it's one of my all-time favorite movies. And different people was like, "Why don't you reach out to Corey Feldman?" I'm like, dude, I have read way too many horror stories about dealing with Feldman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's sad, and I don't mean it as any slight on him, but I'm just
no, honestly, I think the moment Feldman changed was when Corey Haim died. I think after Corey Haim died, I think something happened to. I don't know if he's into drugs or whatever. I'm not going to speculate. I'm just saying that I noticed a lot of the projects after that, he became very difficult to work with. And I think I even heard a story. I think I even heard a story on that. What's that horror movie he did? Tales from the Crypt. He did Bordello of Blood. Yep. I guess he almost didn't end up doing that. They kind of had to give him more money just to do his few scenes.
Hell, they said that Joel Schumacher had to fire him on Lost Boys because he was strung out on coke. He was 14 years old, strung out on coke.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's because he when the other one had passed away. I think he just got sort of a big head because when the other Corey died, everybody started to pay more recognition and like started to blow Corey Feldman up. They did, like, with interviews and everything, like trying to get a deeper scoop on him, and all of a sudden he became famous again. And that's when everything went to shit with his personality and everything. It's just, he got this big attitude of somebody that, I'm going to say it here, John, I'm sorry. He got a big attitude of somebody that he's not. And it's like, I love the movies that he was in and everything like that. And it's like, he's like iconic with all my childhood memories, like with some of those movies and stuff, especially Goonies. But no, it's just, he turned into, he he took advantage of Corey Haim's death. It's just, and that's kind of, that's exactly how I see it, and that's exactly how it went.
Point taken. Point taken.
He just did a podcast with Steve-O, and I started out listening to it, and I was into it, and then he got to the part where he was talking about his wife, but and they were talking about the kind of women they've dated or stuff in the past, and he says, I will never date anything that's not a perfect 10 because that's just the way I am. They have to be perfect. And when he said that, I cut the podcast episode off because it was like, you were just.
That's not the only time he said that. I forget where else he said that. I heard him say that before, and I'm trying to remember where that was. It's like, and it made me think, it's like, oh my God, it's like he's just.
And it's like, buddy, I don't know if you've looked in the mirror, but you haven't aged very well. So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
What you're trying to judge.
Yeah.
It's like we're totally shitting on him,
but he's the kind. Yeah, he's the kind of guy that would probably walk around and says, "But I'm Corey Feldman." Like,
yeah, he definitely is. He is. He really is.
Well, I lost a little bit of respect for him too when he did that movie called and I can't say that word because YouTube gets like super upset about it, but it's something to do with the sexual assault of children. He made it about him and Corey Haim's dealings with people in Hollywood that were taking advantage of them, and he was trying to profit off of that movie. And it's like, dude, you never want to try to profit off of something like that. That's a bad look.
Yeah.
Well, I had and of course he was like, well, I had directors to pay and different things. Well, that's fine. But it was almost like you were looking for, I don't know, some kind of recognition for it.
Yeah.
I mean, and Corey Feldman's poor mother, who was, I'm pretty sure, broke because he died penniless. She tried to fight it, and he just did it anyway. And she was like, you're exploiting my son's memory.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he couldn't understand why she wasn't down with it. And me as a parent, I could look at it and be like, I don't want you making a movie about my freaking kid and the shit that he went through after he's been dead for a decade.
Now we need a song by Eminem.
Yeah, Carrie, I saw that movie too. It was very insightful about how the kind of people that you deal with in Hollywood, but Corey didn't need to make that. That was a bad look for me.
I agree.
Because there's Haim, the man can't speak for himself anymore. So,
yep.
And to be truthfully honest, between the two of them, I always thought Corey Haim was the better actor.
Oh, I agree.
It's just his demons were just too much.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Corey Haim.
I mean, I even loved all of his B movies that he did. I loved Corey Haim. I was a super Corey Haim fan after I saw Lost Boys because his character in Lost Boys, the comic geek and everything, that was me. So I related to him.
Yep. And that's the fascinating thing about movies, I think, is sometimes you find certain characters that you can relate to. And I always tell people who always, well, why you like horror movies? There's always bad acting. There's always people killing each other. I'm like, you know what? I like horror movies because it's a great escape. It's a great escape from the real horrors in life. Nothing I see on a movie is going to scare me more than life itself. So,
and I'll even go as far to say this: I doubt he'd ever see it. But Corey, hey, Feldman, if you were to ever run across this and you think that we're just completely shitting on you, guess what? Doors always open for you to come on. Me, Rob, Mandy, all of us. We'll get on here and talk. Will you tell your side of it? But to me, there was just a lot of things you've done that are a little, I don't know. It just cringy.
I don't want to talk to him.
But I would have the door open for him, you know, be like, hey, come on.
Yeah, someone's got to break the story of like why he's such a douche.
Well, his parents did treat him.
I don't want to do it.
His parents did treat him like complete garbage. That I do know. His mom would lock food, keep him from eating because she didn't want him to get fat because it would ruin his image as an actor. And
yeah, but if he said that, but like, how do you know it's not like it's because no matter what, he was eating whatever he wanted when he wanted, and they couldn't stop him because.
But he was a kid.
No, but what if he couldn't stop? What if he was eating so much that he kept throwing up all the time? Like he just couldn't stop. Like what if he was like a binge eater and like what if he just couldn't stop? What if he was just like this really fat kid and they're like, oh my God, we can't stop him. And the doctors were like, put a lock on the door.
Well, she did actually. Hey, look, there's Mandy.
What about do you guys hear the story of on the set of Friday the 13th?
Oh my God, my daughter's awake.
So Friday the 13th Part 4, I guess Ted White did not like him at all.
No, oh God, no.
Yeah. And the scene when Ted White jumps through the window and grabs, I guess Corey Feldman didn't know that scene was going to happen. And so that scream that he lets out is a legit scream. And I guess Ted White went back to his room and I guess he just laughed all night because he finally got Corey Feldman.
Yeah, I think he called him, I don't know if I'm repeating his verbatim, but it was something in the little shit, basically.
Yeah, he was. I hate. He goes, I hate that little shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just informed that Taco Bell has delivered tacos. So Emmy is awake and asking if she can eat them.
Tacos for life.
Hey, Emmy, poop. That's her favorite word to say.
She's on there. She's listening to me. She did the little yummy thing. Yeah, she likes to say poop a lot.
Hey, Taco Bell soft tacos are.
But they were supposed to deliver hours ago and they didn't. It's like the order was canceled.
I have literally, yes, and I'm going to admit how fat I am. I have literally sat down and eat a whole variety pack of their tacos by myself.
Same here. Now I'm not as big as I used to be. Like when that whole incident happened with me almost dying, I was like 296 pounds at that time.
See, I'm 250.
I'm now 216. So,
but when I was in the hospital with COVID dying and I couldn't taste anything, I made somebody send me Taco Bell. I still couldn't taste it, but I tried to eat it. I really tried.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. It was like, my friend brought me Taco Bell today. She scared me. Mandy did. I didn't think she was going to make it out of there.
I didn't think so either.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Thank you.
I even sent her the powers of Nick Castle to try to cheer her up and everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had Nick Castle do her a cameo to try
if you would have sent me Skeet Yorick, like waving his pee-pee in my face, I would have been a lot happier. But look at John, like, look, never again, Manny, never again.
Doesn't appreciate.
I didn't say that on the. No, that was the greatest thing. I cried when I seen that, John.
I knew
Thank
you
you.
did.
I cried. I even told you I cried. It made me cry.
Nick's a good guy too.
I was like, oh my God, this is fantastic. Like, I'm in a castle. I cried because I was dying. And when somebody did something nice.
I sent out another cameo recently. You guys know Matt Skinner?
Mm-hmm.
So I when I heard about Matt Skinner's story about how he buys all these perks because his kid loves horror movies, that really touched me. I was like, that is so awesome. So I was like, well, what does he like? He goes, Friday the 13th. So I'm looking on Cameo, and I come across VC Dupree, and I send VC Dupree a cameo request for Charlie. Now, cameo, I mean, he did a great cameo for Charlie, but I guess he thought that I was Charlie's dad. He's like, in the cameo, he says, your dad thought I'd just reach out to you. And I was like, oh, shit. So I messaged Matt, and I was like, so I kind of did something. It was well-intentioned, but the cameo I'm about to send you for Charlie, VC thought I was Charlie's dad, so kind of ignore that part.
I just adopted your son.
Yeah, but he thought that was the sweetest thing, and that I was thinking about Charlie's like that's what I do. Like if I have a couple bucks to make someone happy, like I'm not gonna even hesitate, and he thought that was the sweetest gesture, and Charlie loved it, and so it's like that's what I do. It's just like I buy stuff for myself too. Like I got stuff on the wall, got my masks.
Oh God, you ought to see my living room.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can see it right there. That's actually a wall lamp. When I go to bed, I actually turn that on, and Jason lights up while I sleep.
That's a freaking amazing.
He keeps you safe at night.
Yeah, but one of my favorite things is this poster here from signed by Adam Marcus.
Oh, that's cool.
Some people might think that I don't know if you saw.
Oh, lost his mic. Your mic's muted there. Ryan.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, no, it's mute. But
hey, there's Emmy.
Wanna wave real quick? She must have hit.
That's okay about trolling.
I love you.
Oh, bless her.
Oh God, that is so sweet.
I'm on the floor.
Okay. Hey, Emmy, I need a thumbs up. I need that thumbs up.
John's asking for a thumbs up.
There it is.
It's okay.
See, that's what's important in life, right there.
I love you.
I told her I'm gonna make her.
You're gonna make me cry right now because I'm super sentimental.
Oh.
Well, both of my boys are in their 20s and they're annoying, but I love you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to have kids, but that's why I try to do things for other people.
We're all your kids.
I'm sorry, John, but every time it seems that we make an episode, she's going to try to make an appearance.
I don't care. I love Emmy.
I see.
She's like, I see everything here. She's like, I see everything.
Hi.
I'm going to make Emmy a cartoon character giving a thumbs up.
Rob, my daughter Emmy was on the Dr. Ghoul show with me. She has a few episodes on there where she's up and everything. So if you check out the Dr. Ghoul show on Instagram, it's like if you can find it, the profile through mine. She's on there.
Yeah.
She's a lot better than I am, but she's really cute. She's really good. She's entertaining.
She's definitely not shy.
No, she's not shy at all.
Did she just say I'm rich and famous?
I think so.
She's gonna be an actress or a singer one day.
Actress or singer one day.
Eater.
Either.
Oh, look, Emmy, look on the screen.
Oh, Emmy is a star already. That's what somebody said. See it? That's what Amy said.
And then you got Carrie that says hi from England.
Oh, from all the way from England, where Papa's from.
It's 5:45 in England right now. That's how dedicated.
Yeah, that's where my stepdad's from.
Yeah, that's how dedicated Carrie is to the horror community.
Thank you, Carrie. My my stepdad's from Ipswich. Where are you from? He was actually I found this out. It's like I'm such a bad daughter. I was like sitting there asking him the other day. It's like because I knew he was a police officer for years, and then I just found out that he was an investigator. He was a detective sergeant, and he did murder investigations.
All my family are a bunch of mutts from Edinburgh.
She's from West Sussex.
West Sussex.
Yes.
Yeah, my family were, they originated, my uncle Dick did a genealogy, found out my family, the Evans side anyway, came from Edinburgh, then went from Edinburgh over to Ireland, and then from Ireland over here. So we're like gypsies, I guess. I don't know. We just never stayed in one place for very long.
Yeah, my family, my mom's side came from
Emmy,
Italy.
say bye.
Bye, Emmy.
Bye.
They said bye. She said bye.
My mom's side came from Italy, and my dad's side came from County Cork, Ireland. So I have this plan to go to Italy one day, and one of my one of my cousins, he's like really good on like where everyone is like from, and he actually says he knows what street she was living on. So I'm gonna try to get her address and see if I can knock on the door and talk to, like, hey, can I look inside here, like, and show them the proof that my grandma used to live here. And I think that would be something cool to do. It's like see where my grandma grew up, even though a lot has changed obviously since then. And I also want to go to County Cork, Ireland, because I've seen some pictures, and County Cork is so beautiful. And so I want to get to both of these places before I'm gone. See where all my inheritance came, my heritage came from.
Yeah, Carrie, I want to go back to Edinburgh because I also want to take a tour of the vaults down there. Those that don't know, the Edinburgh vaults was an underground tunnel system that they used back during, correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie, but it was during, I think, the Black Plague period, because they thought it was in the air. So they went underground and would use that as their way of getting around the city. And supposedly those things are like super haunted.
So I need to get make a trip over there and everything. Except for the fact that my daughter is interrupting me right now because I'm seeing aliens and yummy tacos.
Hey, share the tacos.
I know, right? She brought me some nachos. My Nana's from Westford in Ireland. Yes, it's like I have family in Ireland actually from my mother's side. But yeah, it's like my stepdad, it's like if he could see all this, he'd be all excited. He likes to talk, like tell his stories, and he gets so involved in it. It's like he was telling me why he became a police officer. He was telling me how it's like somebody was murdered at a flower shop. Okay. And his wife had known one of the people, and she like said, she tells him, she's like, should I call them and tell them, because that basically solved the case. When she said, it's like, I know so and so and they were there.
Wow, that's irony, because my dad was a florist for like 40 years. So when you said florist, I was like, oh my God, like a flower. He had his own flower shop. And
we can't hear you, Mandy. Your mic's.
It keeps. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay, John, I fixed it.
So yeah, as a kid, I used to help him at his flower stand, and I had this like technique to selling flowers because I was only like 13 years old, but I would go out there, like I knew all the prices of because he used to set them up on a bench, and I would go out there. I was like, $3 for this, $4 for that, blah, blah. And like, I don't know if I want to buy that right now. And I would just go like this. Okay.
Oh, sad face.
Yeah, I put the sad face, and my dad loved it because I made money. So he would bring me to work every day, and like, of course, as a 13-year-old, you want to hang around at the flower stand all day, but there was a Burger King right across the street and a baseball field right down the road. So I would always like, Dad, I'm gonna go to Burger King. Can I have some money? Sure. He would just like throw me a 20, and back in like, what was it, 1984, 85, the $20 bill went a long way.
What is that second where she said I smell like
sanitizer, maybe?
Flowers and sanitizer? Is that what you're saying, Emmy?
Yeah.
Flowers and Sanny. I'm okay. Thank you.
Sangria? Sangria? I don't know.
I just smell like flowers.
Well, it's better than smelling like something else, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
So I do smell like sanitizer. That's what she's saying. I smell like sanitizer.
Okay.
Yay, I win.
How do I smell like sanitizer? I want you to spell this out, kiddo. I want you to tell us.
Yeah, everybody got to see the bruise on my arm.
She leaves the room and goes wherever. And
moving the couch today.
You probably can't see it, but there's a lot of bruises on my arm. When I was 20 years old, I used to work for this place called Papagino's. It's kind of like a fast food pizza place.
Oh, God, I've heard of Papagino's before.
Yeah. Well, so I'm working the grill area, and I'm taking fries out. And we had this blind corner where people will walk around, and they have to let you know they're coming through. Well, someone didn't let me know they're coming through. The basket of fries fell into the fryer later and all over my arm and chest.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, so I have a lot of burnt pigmentation on my chest and arms that will never come back again.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ooh, I bet that.
And I yelled some obscenities. I won't say them right now because there's a child in the room. But yeah, my boss is like, "Why are you swearing?" And I was like, Do you not see fryer-later grease all over me?
Jesus help me.
Sanitizer. Like... I smell like BO. I've been packing up the move all day.
That's okay, Amy. I'm kind of obsessive and compulsive. I have OCD, so I probably always smell like hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Under the sea.
I promise.
Oh, don't be sorry, Amy.
Several showers a day and hand sanitizer. And then I have to use perfume and all kinds of other stuff. I'm like obsessed with it.
Tell your father to come on this show sometime. I want to talk to him about some of his cases and stuff.
Oh my God. It's like I was trying to get some of the murder cases out of him because he said he's like, oh, he's a sergeant detective. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, what did you do? Like I was all excited.
Come on the show. I really want to.
But instead he wanted to tell me about all the drinking games and stuff like that they did. He didn't tell me about any of the murder cases. He's like, I worked on murder cases. I'm like, okay. It's like, I'm excited. Like, tell me. That's not what I got. I got why he joined. Well, the finish why he joined. He said that because it's like they called the police. He had his wife call the police because she said that she knew somebody that had just gone to that floral shop and everything. So, but then her cousin showed up as the police officer that showed up as the Bobby. Bobby. So, yeah. So, and then they tell him that he should just apply, and that's how he became a police officer over in Ipswich because her cousin showed up, his wife's cousin. Okay, this is what happens when she thinks this has gone too long. Okay, I mean, this is...
Trying to kill me.
With a smile on her face. She tried to kill me.
And then everybody in the shopping mall or something turns around, looks at you.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we can get out of here if we got to, Andy.
No, we don't have to. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's not my child. She was adopted. All right, that's enough. Go inside.
He's like, them be fighting words. Look at that sad face plus heart.
Aw.
What? That wasn't a sad face. You serious? She's doing a fighting face with me. Look at it.
Okay, now I see the fighting face.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah, because it's like it's really late and she's not even supposed to be awake.
Under the sea.
Go eat your food.
Well, wrestling term, she's hulking up.
Yeah.
Under the sea.
Speaking of the Hulk,
Under the sea.
when I was younger, because I was deaf, my mom always told me, because we'd watch like the old TV show with Lou Ferrigno, and
Yeah.
she'd be like, he's deaf just like you.
Yeah.
Like, and I was supposed to feel special because I was like
Under
the Hulk.
the sea.
And he actually wrestled a real bear on the episode of that show.
Under the sea.
I remember that.
All right, that's enough. Go.
He didn't really throw it. Like
See,
they-
now everybody gets to witness me being a mom. Get it out of here.
You remember that episode when he has like a lot of yelling and swearing coming from a house, and
Yeah.
it's the husband beating up the wife, and
Carrie.
first he comes in as his alter ego, and of course, he leaves. He gets mad because it's still going on, and here comes Lou Ferrigno's Hulk to save the day.
Yeah, that dun, 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 dun,
But
dun.
imagine being a little girl and then your mom tells you that you're special just like the Green Man on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that doesn't sound endearing.
I would have thought that was super awesome because the Hulk is one of my favorite comic book characters.
No. If you're a girl, it's still just, I don't know. It's just, it's like, I loved it because it was one of my favorite shows. I watched it all the time, but I did not want to be the same as Lou Ferrigno. All right. Well, can you do some freaking
Psychological profile the other day on Zoom with my 3-year-old daughter around my neck. So do you do like criminal psychology and stuff like that, Carrie?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat a nacho. Don't judge.
It's ASMR with Mandy. Listen at her chew. Listen at the chewing
Oh
sound.
my god, it tastes amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
Carrie's amazing at what she does. So
Carrie seems pretty friggin' badass. Oh, thank you, Emmy. My daughter just said, "Ooh, mommy," because I ate a nacho.
and that's the thing I like to do. I always like people like, well, Rob, you do this, and Rob, you do that, and Rob, you do this. But to me, I'd rather promote someone else than go, oh, that's cool. Like about myself, like I do it because I want to, but I love building up my friends. Like Carrie's fantastic, and Amy's fantastic. My buddy Aaron Poe keeps me sane.
Oh my god, Emmy, stop it now. You're gonna be grounded.
I mean, there's not enough time to tell about how many people that I truly appreciate in this horror community. It's really like it's my calling, and I think I said, I wasn't sure if it was you or someone else. I feel like I was just born 2 years ago, and how these last 2 years have been like a roller coaster ride of everything that I've wanted to just help people.
Maybe you don't have time enough to think, and maybe I can speak on behalf of all of us to you.
Oh,
We thank you and we love you, and you mean a lot to us, and you do so much for us. You don't see it, and maybe you don't hear it quite that much from us, but we appreciate the hell out of you, Rob.
Thank you.
you've looked out for us. I mean, I was, not to go into too much detail, but I was part of a movie that was kind of shady and things was going on that wasn't right. And Rob and Steve Merlo were the two to reach out and be like, might want to pull your name from it or whatever. And
well, that's what I was gonna say about my YouTube videos is a lot of times they are uplifting, but I'm also the same guy that will call out the things I don't like in the industry. And when Steve saw the video that you're referring to, Steve messaged me. He's like, "Oh my God, those all things happen?" And I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "I have to reach out to someone," and that someone was you. And then you messaged me and said you were asking me about the video, and I was like, you know, the things there's more good in the community, but there's also a few things out there that I will speak up about. I will never name drop. I'm not that, but I also point the direction, and it's like the old what's that nursery rhyme when they leave the trail of breadcrumbs. That's kind of like what I do in my videos. I leave the trail. Yeah, Hansel and Gretel. I do the Hansel and Gretel effect on my YouTube channel, where I point you in the right direction, and if you follow those breadcrumbs, you'll know what I'm talking about. So.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't like the bad. I don't like the bad eggs trying to overpower all the good in the community.
No, and that, that's what I like about this community. We look out for one another. We don't put each other down.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're always going to get trolls. We're always going to get people that are going to try to be assholes and different things of that nature. But
Amy just said something too.
Yeah, she goes, yeah, I know the project you're referring to. Yeah, I'm not going to name drop it on
No,
here.
no, I didn't even want to bring it up. I just want that. I did want to bring it up as far as that. That's basically how I met you.
Yeah,
is through this broken thing. And
yeah, the broken thing turned into a friendship. So,
yep. So the point is, good things can still come out of bad ideas.
Yep. And I would have never known if it hadn't been for you. So I would have still been attached to that thing. And I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to grow.
Every once in a while, I will still post a video where, if I see something I don't like Amy had an issue recently with a guy who claims that he had 40 years of experience and how people should listen to him, and I did say something to him. I said, "That's funny, 40 years of experience, and you have 2 wins, and I have 7 years experience, and I have 5 wins." So, and then I went on to do a little video about him, how like we need to stop downing each other and start lifting each other up. And I'm always about trying to lift people up, even if it's just giving them an ear to listen to. I'm trying to I try to do as much as I can, and I don't really have a lot of time either because I have a full-time job through all this. I work at Subway, no shame, no game. It pays my bills, and as soon as I come home, I'm checking what I've missed. And there's times I've been up for I work a 46, 50-hour week sometimes, and there's times that I'm still up till like 5:30 in the morning, and I have to work at 11 because I can't go to bed unless I know I've covered all my bases. And I'll have people reach out to me like, "Hey, Rob, can you give me advice?" No problem. I don't care if it's 5:36. I'll battle through the next day because I can't go to bed knowing that someone needs my help. So that's how I am.
Yep. Carrie said that out of all the eggs that have broken, we made an omelet. Very, very true.
Yep.
And Amy, you're like my sister, Pisces sister.
Yeah.
We wear our heart on our sleeves, and
like I would go to hell and back for Amy. So
hey guys, I don't want to be rude, but I have to go use the little girl's room.
Okay.
Well, we're
I'll
about
be right
to be
back.
we're about to be done. So
No, you never say I'll be right back. Remember the Scream rules?
Exactly. That's why I say it. I'm gonna go get murdered. I'll
Skeet,
be right
skeet.
back.
So Skeet can murder you. That's what it is.
Yes, he can. I won't say exactly what he can murder, but let's go do that. Look at John's face. Rob thought that was great.
My
is turning into Nancy.
my head just went to like a really dark place.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Pisces for life. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I wear my heart on my sleeve. If somebody says something derogatory, I just take it to heart and it just tears me to pieces.
Yep. Like the other day I did a video how like someone I thought was a true friend, someone I actually went to bat for when he was contemplating suicide himself. And I saw a post by him saying like how, I'm not going to go into too many details, but how he hates fan films and blah blah blah. And I try to like mess like, dude, what's going on with you? And it's like, and he just like went off on me, and I was just like, so sometimes I said something like, sometimes wearing your heart on your sleeve can hurt. And I actually teared up in the video because I really thought this person was a genuine good friend, and he ended up just putting like that proverbial knife in my back, and it hurts still, but you know, I move on. I try to say like, okay, pick yourself up from this, and don't stop helping people because one person didn't appreciate it.
Well, little does he know, just about every successful director to have ever come through Hollywood or any other film industry for that matter has made a fan film.
Yeah.
Period. That's just the nature of the beast. Everybody's done it. So
yeah, and I promised myself that no matter what my emotion was that day, that I always show it to the camera. I feel like that is the best medicine for me, is when instead of leaving it all bottled up, and whether it's anger, whether it's sorrow, whether it's sadness, I can't lie to myself and just not document it. And so like sometimes I've gone into videos where I'm already crying before the video starts, and but I find it therapeutic though, because you get it out and you let people know that this either hurt you or this made you angry, and then after the video I'm like like I feel like I'm like, now that I got that out, I can move on now.
What was it the late Jim Valvano once said? And I'm a boy that grew up in North Carolina, so I know. He says, if you wake up every day and you can laugh, cry, and all the other spectrum of emotions, he's like, then you've had a full day. You've had a good day. So,
yeah, I agree with that.
And Carrie said, what an arsehole. I love when English people cuss. I'm sorry, I do. It tickles me for whatever reason. That bloody shite.
Yeah, that like sometimes I have issues with my own family, and I've always considered myself kind of like the black sheep because I don't beat to the same drummer.
Yeah, me either.
So I've kind of adopted the horror community as my family, and like people like Carrie and people like Amy, and I'm just using them because they're here, but there's a lot more too. But I mean, if it wasn't for them, I don't know if I would be as successful as I am. And I'm not saying success is always a good thing, but it's nice to be recognized once in a while for something that you did, and you get to look back and say like, I did do that. And so
my dad, I mean, my mom's side of the family, some are supportive. I mean, most aren't. It is what it is. But on my dad's side, my dad especially, I can say this: the happiest that I've ever been being his son, even at the ripe old age of almost 46. I'll be 46 in 2 weeks.
Youngin.
Yeah. But when he told me, he goes, son, you have seemed to have found what your life was meant to be.
Yep.
And what you were meant to do in life. He said, for once, you seem like you were totally at peace and at ease with who you are now. I was like, yeah, because I'm, and I said, it's not just because I'm doing a podcast or videos or any of that. I said, I feel like I've finally found, as the hashtag, find your tribe, but I feel like I found my tribe. I found my friends. I found people I can lean on and talk to and not feel so damn alone in the universe anymore, so to speak.
Yep. I totally relate to that because, you know, I did get some nice recognition from my mom, she battles dementia. But there's times that we'll visit and she's with it, and I would talk about like the things that I'm doing in the horror community. She goes, I always knew you would be something.
And to still hear your parents say that at the age that we are is, you can't buy that.
Yeah. And they used to always call me the prince of the family. You know, my dad was the king, but you know, I guess I'm the king now, she said. So she told me, I said, so I'm on Elvis's level, because she loves Elvis and he's the king. So, and she goes, yeah, I'll let you be on Elvis's level.
Well, I love Elvis too. Yes, I do. Yeah. I listen to Elvis. I do.
Yeah.
My mom used to have a lot of the 8 tracks and stuff when I was a kid.
Yep.
And
that's the first.
You young kids who don't know what an 8 track is. It's a big cassette tape.
Yeah. That's the first music I ever got into, was because my mom and my dad were into 50s. So Elvis and Jerry Lee Lewis was like regular listening. And so like a lot of times when my mom's not having a good day, I'll break out into a little Elvis and I'll actually sing it for her. And just to see her smile is like the greatest thing. Like I broke through to her dementia, and she'll end up like smiling. It's like, you do that really well.
My favorite band to listen to when I'm down in the dumps is Jim Morrison.
Oh, I love the Doors.
I also enjoy listening to Jim Morrison when he used to do his poetry, when he would read his poetry and stuff.
Yes.
Misunderstood genius.
Yeah.
Just did way too much acid and to get in front of people and stuff.
When I'm not promoting, I try to have fun too. I have a TikTok channel, and I do a lot of lip syncing to multiple songs. I'll do everything from the 50s to current. I'll do girls. I've done a couple lip syncs to Britney Spears. And people, they find it so like they'll just laugh, and they're like, thank you. I needed that laugh. Like I needed like something that picked me up. The biggest challenge was doing New Kids on the Block, because I despised them growing up. Well, no, sorry, not New Kids, NSYNC. And so I did a whole video on NSYNC, and everybody's like, oh my God, that's like the best video you ever did. Are you sure you don't like them? And I was like, no, I practiced. I actually did like the whole dance routine too. I watched the video and I tried to learn some of the moves, so when I did my video, I could actually emulate. Yeah.
I'm going to send you, once we're done, I'm going to send you the video I did where I got put in TikTok jail.
Oh boy.
So I took the scene from the Goonies when Mouth and what's his name? When Mouth first goes out on the porch and Chunk's like locked out of the fence, he's like, let me in, you guys. And he says, no, I'm not gonna let you in until you do the truffle shuffle.
The truffle shuffle.
I cut out the part where Chunk was doing the truffle shuffle, and I pulled my shirt up and started doing it. And then it went back to Corey Feldman laughing and all that. And Mikey comes out there, and then it ends. And I got put in TikTok jail because they said I was promoting pornography. I was like, I was doing a truffle shuffle, for Christ's sake. It's not.
It was probably Corey Feldman.
I want to say what my feel good music is. Can I say?
Horror punk.
No, I like to listen to the Bloodhound Gang and like Sublime because they make me laugh.
That sounds like music that just makes you want to burn down a
You
whole
and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like we do the Discovery Channel.
See, he understands it.
Yeah.
That song makes me freaking laugh.
Well, at work they call me the human jukebox because no matter what they're playing at work, I'm like, oh, I know the song. Oh, I know this song. Oh, I know this song. And they're like, is there a song you don't know?
I've been on a kick this week where I've been listening to the entire library from the band Accept, Balls to the Wall.
That's a good band too. That's another tragic story too.
But Bloodhound Gang and Sublime, when you're sad, you should listen to it sometimes, John.
I like Sublime.
Day.
I like Sublime. Bloodhound Gang, dude. It's like makes you want to run through
listen
walls.
to their songs. They're friggin' funnier than hell. Listen to them.
Well,
they friggin' make me laugh, and they
as long as it's not Insane Clown Posse, I'm good.
You remember? Remember in the '80s when they actually played music videos?
Yeah.
So they had a show, if you remember, called Rock and Roll Jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a play on Jeopardy, but it was just like rock and roll music. And they actually had this advertisement. You want to be on Rock and Roll Jeopardy? You know, you write to this thing, and you have to take a test. And I never got any response from them, but I did try to apply. Because I'm like, I would watch it every day, and I would get like every question right. And my sister's like, "You have to go on that show," and I'm like, "I'm waiting for them to call me back."
I could be the champion of the universe. You don't understand.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, I would have been like the Ken Jennings of Rock and Roll Jeopardy.
That would have been amazing.
I would have had my fame a lot earlier too.
Rob, I'm thinking you should bring back Rock and Roll Jeopardy.
Yes,
I want to do it.
Oh, maybe I'll do a podcast called Rock and Roll Jeopardy.
I want to do it.
Okay.
I found out today, the band Wasp, their old guitarist Chris Holmes, they put it out on social media today that he's been diagnosed with throat cancer.
Oh, great band.
But they've said that it hasn't metastasized yet, so that's good.
Yeah. I always like Blackie Lawless too. And so.
Yeah, I know him and Chris Holmes had a falling out, but Blackie was,
yeah,
he was pretty, you could tell he was kind of torn down because even regardless of whatever kind of beef you two had, that's still somebody that you spend a lot of time with.
Well, I do talk to a singer who used to be in Judas Priest, not Rob Halford, the replacement singer that filled in for a few years, Ripper Owens. And I'm actually friends. I'm friends with him on Facebook, and we chat quite a bit. So,
dude, I love Priest. Priest is like one of my all-time favorite bands, and I hate that they took out Ripper Owens's.
Yes.
So if you go and look up anything Ripper Owens did for Priest, guys, anybody that watches this episode, you're not going to find it unless you go on eBay and pay a fortune for it, because when Rob Halford came back into the band, he wanted anything and everything to do with Ripper Owens removed for whatever vanity.
No, you can still find some stuff on YouTube. Some stuff that they haven't found, like live performances, and he did a performance of Painkiller. I'm sorry, I love Rob Halford, but Ripper Owens destroyed Rob Halford.
And that's why, according to what I've seen on music documentaries, that's why Rob Halford wanted Ripper Owens taken away, because he feared that everybody would be like, he's way better than me. Which
I got to see Ripper with Priest once. I went to see my best friend, the one I'm going to see for my vacation, like 17 years ago, and it was just when Ripper had taken over, and so I happened to be out there on my birthday. He's like, "Oh, we're gonna go out to eat." Okay, he's like, "I'm taking you out to eat." We pull up to this music venue, and I'm like, "I thought we were going out to eat." He goes, "Oh, we're going to see Judas Priest," and I was like, "Really?" And so when I knew, because I knew Ripper had just taken over, I'm like, I wonder how he's gonna be. And when he came out, the first song I think they did was Electric Eye. I was like, oh my god, this guy's amazing. And so I started following him. Like, I would look up stuff he did with Iced Earth.
Yep.
And that was fantastic. They did that song for 9/11. When the Eagle Cries. Oh my God, the lyrics to that song and the emotion that he puts in that song. I literally cry every time I hear that song. If anybody hasn't heard, it's called When the Eagle Cries.
Wasn't Ripper in a Judas Priest cover band when they discovered him?
Yes, in fact, the movie, not Detroit Rock City, the one that Steel Dragon, that movie with Mark Wahlberg.
Mm-hmm.
That's an unofficial Judas Priest movie. They didn't get the rights, but if you watch the movie, it's someone replacing the older singer who has a better voice, a better look, a younger look, and if you look at the word Steel Dragon, Steel is 5 letters, Dragon 6 letters, Judas 5 letters, Priest 6 letters. So
didn't know that. Man, I would love to talk to Ripper Owens. I love that dude.
Hey, maybe I can message him and see if he'll want to be on your show.
Yeah, if he was willing to be on the podcast, I would love to talk to Ripper. I'm not.
He's in a new band right now called KK's Priest, and it's KK Downing, who's the guitarist.
I knew KK had left.
No, it's not a Judas Priest group. It's a new group.
No, that's what I'm saying. I knew KK Downing had left Judas Priest because
he did leave. They had a following out, and but he still owns some of the rights to the name Priest. So to piss them off, he put KK's Priest, and I'll have to send you some of their music. It is heavy, 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 and it's amazing. Ripper Owens is top notch. This is like his best stuff.
Yeah, I'll never crap on Rob Halford. I like Rob Halford.
No, I love Rob Halford.
But I just always thought it was wrong the way he did Ripper because Ripper had to step in. Who the hell? I mean, he went off. What was that band that Rob Fight? He went off Fight because he was trying to get down on that industrial metal craze that was going on at the time.
And then he had his group called Halford for a while too.
Mm-hmm.
And I dug the Fight songs. I thought they were really good. It was good. It was good to see Rob like almost be a kid again, because his whole band was all young guys, and he has like the high 40s, early 50s metal god in the middle, and so we lost her again. So I mean, I love all that stuff, but I'll send you some of that KK Priest stuff. Oh my God, this is like. Yeah, Ripper is amazing.
I would so love to sit there and just talk to him about his days in Priest. I don't care. I ain't going to be like that guy's like, so what happened? I don't give a shit about that. I just want to know what it was like to be in the band and now being reunited with KK again.
Yeah. Because
I think KK didn't want Halford back, if I remember correctly.
No, that's why. Because when Ripper came around, it was like a breath of fresh air to Priest. I mean, I know they just did the Painkiller album, and the Painkiller album was phenomenal. But when I heard what's the song called, "Burning Hell," I was like, oh my God, this is like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, because with him, he could sustain that. What do they call it, vibrato or whatever? Yeah. But he could sustain that high end way better than Halford.
And Rob can't carry that note anymore. I actually heard that he uses voice machines to help, and I'll never diss Priest, but like when it comes to the point where you can't carry that anymore, it's almost like this is time to retire.
Well, that's like Motley Crue with Vince Neil. They're talking about going out on tour again, and somebody put a video on YouTube of Vince with his solo band, and they were doing the song Dr. Feelgood, and he sounded like straight caca.
Yeah.
And it was like, I'm sitting there going, and the people that are recording it are laughing into the camera, and I'm like, man, if you get to that point, it's time to stop, Vince. It really is time to stop, because you ain't got it no more.
No, and Vince is, I mean, he'll always be one of my favorites because I grew up in that. Another quick story. So it was when Bon Jovi came out with Runaway. Motley Crue had already been my band. So my youngest sister Carrie is like, "Oh, you got to check out this new group, Bon Jovi." And so I'm watching Runaway, and I'm like, "Oh, this is good." I was like, and this is the words that will always live with me. They're gonna be a flash in the pan, and they'll be gone in a year. And my sister, to this day, still reminds me of that comment.
They came close because that album that they did, Runaway, they all had drug problems at the time, and they almost broke up. So
Yeah,
people don't know that.
yeah. But Motley Crue was always my go-to when I was younger, and also Dio. I think Ronnie James Dio is the best singer.
Yeah, Ronnie James Dio, hands down, the greatest frontman in the history of metal music.
Yes, and I would even dare to say he would be even top 5 of all genres, because it's hard to compete with Steve Perry. I mean, Steve Perry is a fantastic voice. But I think Ronnie James Dio could be put in that conversation of the greatest of all time as well.
Yeah, even his little stint that he had, 2-album stint that he had with Black Sabbath, to me just destroys anything Ozzy ever did with Sabbath.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I have that on my YouTube channel too. Me doing Heaven and Hell. I feel Heaven and Hell is one of the greatest anthems that has come down the pike. So.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing against Ozzy. I still love Ozzy Sabbath, but
yeah,
he couldn't even hold Dio's microphone.
And as far as the frontman too, I mean, Dio commanded the stage, and I always felt like Tony Iommi always favored Ronnie James Dio.
I think
that's why they brought him back when they did the Heaven and Hell group. And they did a song called Bible Black. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, that song is amazing. Like
Bible Black, Fear's another good one on that album.
Yeah. I will admit, I cried the day that Ronnie died.
Yeah, and they talk about that. They said that he had the stomach cancer, but supposedly it could have been treated, but he chose not to treat it because he was on tour at the time and he didn't want to disappoint his fans. So by the time it all happened, it metastasized and spread through his body.
Well, Linda, his widow, Linda Dio, she was actually on my group for a while. I had a group called Long Live Dio that was up way before Ronnie passed away, but I remember that I messaged her. I let her mourn. It was like weeks later. I messaged her and I said, I just want to express my condolences. Ronnie's passing, and I said that's why I opened the group, because everybody loves Ronnie, and I didn't think I'd actually hear back from her, and she did message me back weeks later, and she's like, "I'm sorry that I'm just seeing this," and she goes, "You're such a kind person. Everybody loved Ronnie," and I was like, "Wow!" Like, she just took the time to respond back to me, and I thought that was the greatest thing.
Yeah, I was at least glad to see Ozzy had some class and at least acknowledged Ronnie, because he did kind of do him a little shitty back in the day when he had that little the little person that he had that would come out on stage that he called Ronnie, which was clearly, a slap in the face to Ronnie James Dio, because he was height challenged. He wasn't a very big person, not at all, but God, that dude could sing.
Top Rockstar, Carrie Rockstar, that's the one with Steel Dragon. Yeah, thank you.
I still say to this day, the top 2 singers for me of all time are Freddie Mercury #1, Dio #2, and maybe Steve Perry in 3rd.
Yeah, and God, I just absolutely love Ronnie James Dio. I love Steve Perry, because I mean, it's not always about metal for me. I just love talent, and Man, that guy, when I heard his voice for the first time, Steve Perry, I just had to keep listening. It was Open Arms was the first song I ever heard. And it was featured in the movie Last American Virgin. And that scene when he's walking up to her to console her because her asshole boyfriend doesn't acknowledge that she's pregnant, and I was like, I kept rewinding that scene, and no disrespect to the movie, I love the movie too, but I was like, I kept saying, who sings this? So I'm like going through the credits, and I remember they kept saying Open Arms, so I'm like looking for Open Arms. I'm like, oh, I gotta listen to these guys. So I went back to their old catalog. I'm like when I was younger, I was one of those people that I love to appreciate music that came before me. And I feel like today's generation doesn't do that anymore. It's like they see what's popular now and they follow that. And then when some classic song comes on, they're like, "Oh, I never heard of this." And it's like, go back and listen to, like, these are the forefathers that made it possible for what you listen to now.
I had some guys that like to play guitar and stuff one time, and they were all talking about Zakk Wylde and Randy Rhoads and all that. And I said, that's all well and good. And I said, I mentioned Roy Clark.
Yes.
And they go, the Hee Haw guy. I said, hey, outside of Hee Haw, I said, go back. I want you to listen to this song right here. And they come back the next day and they were like, holy shit, that dude was good.
Yeah. I mean, the same could be said for Jimi Hendrix. I mean, Hendrix did stuff with that guitar that still hasn't been replicated to this day.
Stevie Ray Vaughan,
yeah. I love the forefathers. I love like the ones that made it possible for what they call music today. That's all I'll say about that.
I'll even say Mick Mars from Motley Crue was, to me, one of the most criminally underrated guitarists to have ever picked up a guitar.
Yeah, yes, and CC DeVille too. I think people looked at CC and they automatically judged by the way he looked. But if you ever seen Poison in concert, CC is an amazing guitarist. And he's fast, but he doesn't get to show that on his records. In concert, he lets loose, and I've seen Poison now 10 times, and I've never been disappointed once. Great show.
CC DeVille was actually in the band London back in the day with Nikki Sixx and them before Nikki went off and formed Motley Crue, because he was in London, and then when London broke up, he went and meddled around a little bit and then met up with Bret Michaels and all them and formed Poison.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. So, I mean, hell, even Nikki Sixx was sleeping on Blackie Lawless's couch. And Blackie Lawless had to teach him how to play the bass guitar, from what I understand.
Well, I don't know if you heard, but the guy who founded Metallica just passed away. John Zazullo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard through the grapevine that he had passed away, and I looked it up because I don't ever believe it until I actually see legit websites, and I guess it's all over, like all major websites. And I was like he's the only. I remember reading the Metallica story and how they pitched their music to so many people, and they just kept getting rejected, and then I guess someone had sent a copy to John Zazullo, and John, he said it literally took him less than 2 minutes to realize, why aren't these guys signed?
And for those that don't know who John Zazullo was, he was the founder, owner of Megaforce Records.
Megaforce Records, yeah. And he saw something in them that I don't know why anyone else didn't, but if it wasn't for John Zazullo, there would be no Metallica. And so R.I.P. to John Zazullo, because you created a beast, and
$1 billion beast.
Yeah.
They literally own Kirk Hammett lives over here on Oahu, on the windward side.
Yeah, I heard he's from Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he lives over here, and then James Hetfield has a bee farm out on Big Island. Yeah, that's about it. Lars don't. I mean, I don't know if Lars probably just comes over here for like vacations, but I always missed when I always liked Jason Newsted, and I hated when he left.
Yeah, Jason Newsted was very. I'm going to use your terminology, criminally underrated. And I feel bad because he had to try to fill a void that is unfillable.
Yeah, and they abused him mentally, mentally abused him constantly because he was the new guy.
Yeah, and I can't remember his name, but the new guy who's the bassist,
Robert Trio.
Trio, yeah, and he's good. I'm not gonna do for what they're doing now.
He was in Suicidal Tendencies and Infectious Grooves a long time ago. So he's more of jazz bass, more slap bass, funk.
Yeah, and I think that's what they like about him, that he's different from the other two. But I kind of wish that Jason was still around and they treated him better too.
Shit, Jason owns his own record label now, so he ain't hurting.
Yeah, didn't he have a band too called Newsted
and Echo Brain?
Yeah, so.
And then he took when Echo Brain folded, he just used the name Echo Brain, and now has Echo Brain Records or whatever it's called, Echo Brain Productions or something.
I think that he does. He did a live performance with Newsted for Seek and Destroy, and he took the vocals, and he's actually not a bad singer.
No,
because he did a couple live ones with Metallica live, that he would take the vocals every once in a while.
My favorite Metallica song was one that Jason Newsted wrote, composed, and everything, and it was called My Friend of Misery.
My Friend of Misery, yeah. That's a good one. That whole Black Album, I remember when that first came out and how different it sounded compared to Master of Puppets. And I'm going to tell you right now, at first, it took me a while. It took me a while to get used to the new sound, but that whole album from front to back, every song is fire. And so but my favorite album all together is if I had to be put on a ledge here, is Master of Puppets.
Yeah. Well, when you got to Justice for All, Cliff Burton had already wrote that. According to them, Cliff Burton was their chief songwriter.
Yeah.
And once he died, I guess they had already written Justice for All. Well, then after that, they didn't have nothing else. But supposedly, like Mustaine and Burton were kind of like the two masterminds for a lot of their songs, especially on the first album was a lot of Mustaine, because Mustaine took Four Horsemen and then he made it Mechanics. It's
Mechanics, yeah.
And that's still like an ongoing thing. Well, I don't know. I think Mustaine's finally let it go after all this time.
Well, yeah, because they had that Big Four concert with was it Testament and Anthrax?
Yeah.
And they had the final couple of songs with Mustaine coming up on stage, and him and Lars actually hugged, and I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
And I think they did Four Horsemen. And I love that. That's my go-to song, Four Horsemen. I love that song.
They also did Am I Evil by Diamond Head.
Yes, and I love that their cover of and I love Diamond Head too. So,
well, I guess Mandy ain't coming back. Oh, Carrie says that she misses George Michael. I do too. That's one too. George Michael. Oh God, yes, you got to have him up there on the. As far as singers,
oh yes, George Michael. I remember when I was still, I think Wham came out in '84, and I was like 13 years old. I still haven't really discovered metal yet, so like I used to love all the pop sound. My go-to was Duran Duran and Wham. So when Wham came out, I would like skip down the street and say, "Wake me up before you go." And yeah, and it's funny because like when he went solo, I think he really finally like was able to let his vocals speak for themselves, because Wham was more of like a have fun partying. But when I heard Careless Whisper for the first time, I was like, now this is singing. Like that's a fantastic song.
Mike Patton. Is that Mike Patton from Faith No More?
Yes. You want it out, but you can't. Okay. Terrible impersonation of that one, but
to me, that band got so screwed by MTV. They didn't get pushed hard enough.
I actually saw Faith No More. They opened for Guns N' Roses and Metallica on the big stadium tour. And the funny thing is, it was Guns N' Roses because they were flip-flop. Guns N' Roses would open for Metallica, and then the next day, Metallica would open for Guns N' Roses. So Faith No More did their set, and they were fantastic. So Metallica comes on, and I guess they were supposed to only play like maybe an hour and a half. And then they come back on stage, and James goes, "Yep, Axel's late again." So they played another 45-minute set while Axel was being brought in, and they put on the most amazing show. And everybody's like, "Wow, Axel just fucked himself because he has to follow that now."
And I'm a huge Guns N' Roses fan. I love them, but yeah, Axel got a little weird there once he got some notoriety.
Yeah,
got a little strange.
Yeah, because they were promoting the second album, not the EP.
Lies.
No, the next one.
Use Your Illusion.
Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. So I like that song. You could be mine from Terminator.
Yep. Let me see it. Oh God, I forgot. Lane Staley.
Lane Staley.
Oh, that dude. To me, Lane Staley's voice. To me, I've always said, kind of in a sense, that his voice defined the '90s.
Yeah. I mean, you had Lane Staley. You had Eddie Vedder, who was great too. And who's the other one I'm thinking of? From Stone Temple Pilots, Scott Weiland.
Yeah.
But of everybody, yeah, Lane Staley, and now the guy from Soundgarden too.
Oh, Chris Cornell.
Chris Cornell, yeah. And that, to me, like, that's 90s grunge rock. Those guys.
Lane Staley's voice almost had this spooky eeriness about it.
Yeah, when I heard Man in the Box for the first time, I was just like, when he opens up with that nah nah nah, I was like, oh my god, this guy's incredible, and I haven't even heard him sing words yet.
Mm-hmm. Ended up stealing Ozzy Osbourne's bassist at the time for Alice in Chains, Mike Inez.
Yep, Mike Inez.
And the singer they got now, it's hard for me to say that he's a great singer because to me he sings just like Lane Staley. He doesn't have his voice doesn't have its own personality.
I agree.
That's kind of like the guy that they got singing in Journey, that Filipino guy. He sounds like
Steve Perry.
Yeah, and it's hard for me to really truly say he's a great singer because he's not got something that defines him.
I think he's a really good frontman though, because he's very energetic. And I don't think you could get that even if Steve Perry's voice was 100% back. I don't think you can get that energy that he brings now, because he's very energetic. I see him running all over the stage on his performance, and it's like I can't see Steve Perry like running all over the stage.
Yeah, the first time I remember watching a documentary about them, and they brought him up, and he's talking, and his English was real broken. And but I was like, man, how's this going to work? And I was guilty. I judged a book by its cover, because when he opened his mouth and started singing, I was like, holy shit, this is Steve Perry.
And I remember when Journey got inducted to the Hall of Fame, Steve Perry was nice because they didn't let the other guy come up on stage, but Steve Perry did mention him on stage. He goes, "I want to thank him for carrying on the tradition of Journey," and he goes, "He's fantastic," and it was cool to see him give kudos to his replacement.
Yeah, there was a lot of songs that Alice in Chains did, Amy, that I remember that got me through a lot of hard times as a teenager.
Yep.
And Styx, oh God, yes. Tommy Shaw, Dennis DeYoung.
You know it's you, babe.
There she is. You okay?
My computer wasn't connecting back. I am like in a separate room out from side of the building, so it just wasn't getting back on. So now I'm frustrated.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We're happy to see you again.
We were just talking music.
Where exactly are you located, Rob? I'm like I'm in Florida, so it's like 1:48 a.m. here.
I'm in Massachusetts. I'm just south of Boston.
South Boston, baby.
South Boston. Then we got our Hawaii guy here.
South of Boston.
So, don't they make baked beans?
Yeah, it's called Beantown.
Yeah, it's called Beantown for a reason.
I want baked beans. Is it called Beantown? See, I don't know any of that.
Yeah.
But there's a candy that came from Boston called Boston Baked Beans. It's like a candy coated peanut.
That's old school.
Awesome.
Like you can't even find those, and you can still order them online though. Boston Baked Beans.
I thought somebody said they still had them at Fenway Park when you go out to watch the Sox.
Yeah, they do, but you can't find them like nationwide. They were going nationwide in the 80s. The Boston Baked Beans. Now it's like a local distributor that makes them now. So it's mostly just for Boston and in the Boston area.
God, them things are good. I used to sit there and eat whole just box after box. Which you could get boxes for like 15 cents when I was a kid.
I want real baked beans.
Gary says it's 6:50 a.m. now over there.
Yeah, it's about breakfast time.
Yep.
I'd like to have some English breakfast. What
time is it where you're at, John?
Where I'm at, it is 8:50.
Wow. It's 1:50 in the morning here.
I need to let Rob go because I'm pretty sure he wants to go to bed.
I want to go to Hawaii so that way I can be a time traveler.
Well, come on. I'll be your tour guide over here. Show you around.
Don't worry about me. I'm a night owl. I don't work till 2:00, so it's like still 12 hours till I work.
Carrie says Carrie will be running on coffee today. Yeah, English breakfast is awesome. It's baked beans, fried eggs, tomatoes.
Yes.
What they call rashers and bangers, which is sausage and bacon.
Do they have crepes there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they do. And black pudding. I love black pudding. And those that don't know what that is, it's blood sausage. It's blood and grain mixed together and fried. And that sounds gross to a lot of people, but
it sounds like something from a horror movie.
Yeah, but
blood sausage.
If you did not know what it was, you would be like, "Oh, this tastes awesome." But then most people were like, "You fed me blood, blah blah blah." It's like you've eaten a hamburger before, correct?
Oh, Carrie said they have pancakes.
No, she said pancakes. We have.
Yeah.
I want pancakes.
She says it's lovely black pudding. Yes, it is. I love that stuff. It's hard to get over here to Hawaii, though. They want to charge a ton for the shipping.
Wow.
Because I used to order it when I was stationed in Georgia. I used to order it all the time because my grandmother was of Irish descent, and she used to make it for us. And I just loved it. Maybe it's because I grew up with it. That's why I like it. Some people get turned off by it. And now we lost Rob. There he is.
I said I could never really stomach Irish food, but I always loved my Italian heritage. As when I was growing up as a kid, I would go see my grandma a lot, and she was actually from the mainland of Italy. So I always go over there, and my grandmother had the sixth sense of knowing when you were coming, even if it was unannounced. You would go to her house, knock on her door. She opened the door, and she'd be cooking a big pot of spaghetti. And I'm like, how did you know we were coming? Like, it was like enough for like 5 or 6 people.
Because
And
that's
I'm
how
like,
Italians cook. I'm sorry.
yeah,
It's like I'm half Italian, so it's like my mom was Italian and my dad was German. It's like that's how the
yeah,
Italians cook.
yeah. And actually, ironically, is the day that she passed was actually one of the first days I actually showed emotion. Because as a kid, I wasn't really an emotional type. I wasn't a hugger. I wasn't a I love you person. And after her service, actually, it was during her service, I broke down in tears. And
Oh.
so that kind of like brought me to where I am now, is, you know, caring about people and being emotional about people. And so, ironically, something kind of good came out of her death. And, you know, I miss her a lot.
Amy says we have chicken and waffles in Georgia. Funny story. Since I lived over here in Hawaii, growing up Southern boy, I know what chicken and waffles is. And I made one of my Hawaiian friends over here. I made it for him. He goes, "The hell you making chicken breast and waffles for?" I was like, "Hey, don't knock it till you try it." So I made it and put the maple syrup all over all of it, and he started eating it. And he goes, "This is what I'm probably gonna mess it up." He goes, "This is some uno kinds grinds, brah," which means very good food.
Yeah.
And he fell in love with it. I was like, "Hey man, soul food from back home, just like your old soul food over here." And Carrie says she's getting the munchies right now. Yeah, me too. I haven't eaten dinner yet.
Yeah.
Like last week or the week before, my stepdad made me it was like a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, but he made sure he put like a bunch of tomato and stuff on it. So I was like, that was pretty tasty.
Yeah.
He was so proud of it too.
And there's
but
something
it's like we have like so many cans of beans in there and everything. It's like to make with for breakfast, and it's like he likes his beans with everything.
Yes, the Heinz, there's Heinz baked beans?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
They
that
have it
little
for everything. It's like everything.
That's
they
great.
mix something where they put the baked beans on toast in England. I don't forget what they call it. Beans and toast or something. I don't know.
Oh, I've heard of that.
I know you're talking about because my stepfather had said something about it. He like went over a list of food because I had to make bangers and mash the one night, and he told me it's like he goes, and you make it with peas, and he goes, it's a lovely dinner. He's like, well, he didn't say dinner. It's like it's a lovely meal, and so I had to get that and all the stuff to make that. And
does your dad make toad in the hole, Mandy?
I'll have to ask him. He says a lot of things to me, but I never understand him. It's because I'm hard of hearing, so it's like with the accent and like and being partially deaf, it's like it's so difficult.
I like Yorkshire pudding.
Beans on toast with cheese and brown sauce.
That sounds good.
I'll have to ask him because he hasn't said anything to me about that to make that.
That sounds really good, actually.
It does.
So if I remember correctly, toad in a hole is like sausage just baked into bread. Sausage links that's baked into bread.
I remember when I was pregnant with Emmy, it's like he made me a big breakfast and it had like the hot dogs, the baked beans, and you know, the eggs, and it's like this whole big gigantic plate. And I'm like looking at it, it's like even though I was pregnant, it's like, oh, I can't eat all of this. I'm like,
now Amy's getting hungry too.
Yeah, English people don't they ain't counting no cholesterol levels. That's for damn sure.
Oh no, he told me, he goes, I don't know if you know this, but in England we put butter on everything. I was like, yo, on everything? I was like, you know how bad that is? That's what he told me. He's like, on everything. Is that true, Carrie? Or is he just saying that because he likes butter on everything?
Sausage
and Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah, that's it. The Yorkshire pudding batter.
But Carrie, do they really put butter on everything? Because my dad was really saying that about everything.
I tried haggis once, and thought I was going to be completely grossed out by it. And after I ate it, I was like, yeah, it's not so bad.
Yeah,
a little grainy tasting, but I mean, it's not something that I would go to on the reg, but it wasn't terrible.
Oh, sounds good.
I just had to get over the fact that I was eating like sheep's lungs and kidneys and all this other good.
Sounds like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Like when he describes what Leatherface does at the plant there. He's like the jowls and the. You like head cheese? My brother Bubba makes a good one.
I've had hog's head cheese and I wasn't a fan.
Yeah.
It was like eating Jello with meat in it, and no.
Yeah.
Taste of things don't bother me. It's the texture of it that really bothers me, and that was just one that I couldn't do. It didn't taste terrible, but when you have what feels like Jello with hunks of meat in it, no, good.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Yorkshire pudding. What was it she said? I ain't got my reading glasses on, so I had to put it up on the big screen. Carry my brother toward Mr. Britain back. Yeah, Yorkshire pudding is off the chain.
Good stuff.
Carrie, I'm gonna come live with you.
So, are we talking about food because everybody's hungry?
I think that's why it is.
I will say this: when I had COVID, Earl Grey tea helped me more than anything in this world.
I'll have to remember that just in case I
that
catch
reminds
it.
me of the anime Black Butler.
What, the Earl Grey? Oh, you watch anime too?
Yes.
Isn't that what Captain Picard liked to?
Yep, Earl Grey hot.
Yeah.
That's what he would say at the Recombinator or whatever that thing was called, Replicator or something.
The Replicator, yeah. Like,
yeah.
What a great idea for the Replicator. Like,
oh my God, when I saw Picard, like the new series and stuff, and saw how old he was, I cried.
Yeah, but he's still such a great actor, though.
No, he's a great actor, absolutely. But it was just the fact that it's like he aged. And
did you know he was in the original Dune movie?
Yes.
I didn't know if maybe you knew that. Not many people do because they always overlook it for
Patrick
whatever reason.
Stewart. I love him.
He played the part of Duncan, which was the part Jason Momoa played later. And if you haven't seen that new Dune, man, watch it. It's way better than the original. I have to admit.
You know, he also played in the, it was a made-for-TV Scrooge movie.
Yep.
Yeah, he played Ebenezer Scrooge.
And he also he did a one-man play of Christmas Carol too in England.
I'm trying to think of the name of the one movie he did.
X-Men?
Yeah.
No, not X-Men. Everybody knows he was in that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows he's in Star Trek. What was the name of it? It's an old made-for-TV movie. I can't think of it. I'm like drawing a blank because I'm actually sleepy.
Well, we can.
So I haven't told. Well, what?
Yeah, I'm actually getting a little sleepy myself.
Well, let's all wrap this up then.
He's like, fine, everybody just say it. What was the name of that movie?
Picard Goes to Town.
No, they don't have it listed on this thing. He plays a ghost. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, the Canterville Ghost. I found it.
Okay.
I love that story. That's like,
we're going to end this live stream until Mandy found it.
Now we can go. Bye.
All right, guys. Rob's getting on Sleepy House. So is Mandy. My belly's starting to say that.
Thank you so much, Rob, for coming on.
No, thank you guys, really.
Amy, Carrie, everybody that joined us. Thank you. Amy's going to be
everyone.
a guest.
Thank you, Amy.
Amy's going to be a guest of ours here.
Sticking it out like that. That was great.
Amy's going to be a guest of ours here soon.
Yep.
Yay.
Next time I will do Yorkshire pudding and take a picture. Well, that's not fair. You're just going to take a picture.
Oh, Carrie told me she sent me a friend request before. I got to go on there.
I would so give you some money and my address, Carrie, if you could send me some Mars bars from England.
Oh, those sound good. We're all signing up for the Mars bars.
I would pay you a lot of money for that. I love those damn candy bars.
Like, John, keep grinding on your show. You too, Mandy. Never let anything get you guys down because, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys representing the horror community. And I just want to thank you for being a guest on the show.
Absolutely, Rob. Thank you so much for coming on. Really.
This door is always open to you, sir. I have nothing but the utmost respect for you and much love for you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, my bud.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Well, that was Rob Mahoney. I love Rob. Rob's my buddy. Mandy loves Rob too. Mandy looks
awesome. I see a thing.
I can cook. I'm not like the typical bachelor. I can boil water. So I would if you got recipes, I would so love to have them. Because I can only eat so much sushi and all this other stuff over here on this island until I get tired of it.
Did you just say you can't cook, John?
I can cook, yes. My grandmother taught me how.
Can you?
Yes, I can cook.
I don't know.
I make homemade.
Like somebody that would cook.
I make homemade jambalaya for everybody at work all the time.
Really? I don't believe it. Prove it.
Okay. I can't do it right now.
Make me some homemade jambalaya.
Okay. Collard greens, pigtails. No, I don't put no pigtails in my collards. I can't do it. I don't want something that's on the rear end of an animal in my collard greens next to its butthole. Nope.
I'm so tired that I didn't hear anything. All I heard is that you won't eat something that's close to the butthole.
Yeah, people back in the South like to put pigtail in their collards for whatever reason, and I don't do it because I don't want something that's near his poop chute in my collards.
Look, there's a hashtag for Skeet and Mandy. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Skeet and Mandy forever. That should be a hashtag. Skeet and Mandy forever.
Carrie, I want that shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie. So
that sounded really sexual.
I'm hungry.
I want your shepherd's pie.
Mandy loves Skeet. And there's Rob. He's back.
I'm not going to deny it.
We'll make you your own t-shirt that says hashtag Mandy loves Skeet.
You should make me my own t-shirt. Send it to me for Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Okay.
You're like, that's not a Valentine's gift. Mandy loves Skeet. That's an awesome one, though.
Hashtag Mandy loves Skeet.
Now it needs to be hashtag Skeet needs to love Mandy.
And in today's news, there was a cease and desist sent from the publicist of Skeet Horrich to the Behind the Fiends podcast saying that they needed to quit with the hashtag Mandy loves Skeet. Skeet loves Mandy.
What? It's not gonna. Just imagine if you tag him in it, like when you do your little thing and he actually views it. Hey, might open up some doors.
Rob said, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you,
Rob.
Rob is one of the most awesome, amazing people I have had the privilege of meeting in my 40 plus years of existence on this little rock we call Earth. They don't make too many people like that anymore. That's just selfless. Doesn't think about anybody. Doesn't think about just himself, but others, I should say.
See? Amy thinks it's a good Valentine's gift idea, obviously, because she said Valentine's Day gift.
I'll get a fan pack that comes with a bumper sticker, keychain, shirt, and a hat that says hashtag Skeet loves Mandy.
I like that. Skeet. I like that, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I love that.
Okay,
Skeet loves Mandy. It should happen.
I'll get to work on that here in a minute, boss. A Skeet and Mandy t-shirt.
See, everybody loves it. It's a brilliant idea. Just saying.
With Bow Chicka Wow Wow on the back.
And then I finally get to meet him, and I'm like, huh? Can't talk.
Well, I guess we're supposed to be together.
I'll try to drink water, and it all falls out of my mouth.
Skeet's here, Skeet. Hi, Mr. Skeet. I'm named.
See?
Holy crap, that's a long hashtag.
Yeah, what does it say?
Behind the Fiends, Math Makers, Skeet, and Mandy.
I think it's supposed to say matchmakers.
Matchmakers. There you go.
Oh, a song of Behind the Fiends being matchmakers for Mandy and Skeet.
Skeet loves Mandy.
Is Skeet York in a relationship?
I think he's actually married.
Okay, I'm gonna be a homewrecker.
Homewrecker.
I said it here first.
Homewrecker gonna drop kick Skeet's wife in the face and gonna take her place.
I am, because I'm looking up right now. Is Skeet York married?
And now Skeet and Mandy are in love.
It's like how much. Is he in a relationship? I don't know.
Stalk much?
I'm completely 100% stalking him, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Why don't you ask Nar?
Oh, he's in a relationship with a woman that's 20 years younger than him. Fudge you.
Ugh, man, he's like Leonardo DiCaprio. Gets rid of them once they turn 20.
That was a turn off, but not so much. I still love you, Skeet. Let me show you what an older lady can do. With all those younger girls, they don't know all the tips and tricks like I do. That comes with the age.
God damn
it. Hey, Skeet, you like my Goonies?
Start sending him random tit pics and stuff, like a dude sending a girl random dick pics. You're just like, he's like, I don't know who this woman is.
You know what? I bet women do that to him.
Sending cleavage pics all the time.
You send him cleavage pics all the time?
Yeah, I do. I scrunch my man's boobies together, and
John sends Skeet cleavage pictures.
But I have to wax my chest real good because I get a little bit of chest hair, and I don't want him to think like I got hairy boobies.
You have hairy boobies?
Yes, I do. Not super hairy, just enough chest hair to be sexy. 80s sexy, 80s porn star sexy. There you go.
80 porn stars weren't sexy. Neither were the 70s.
No, not when you had to take a hatchet to the jungle just to find what you were looking.
Look at Amy said, Cougars rule. See, we do. Skeet doesn't know what he's missing. Just saying.
Very slick. Cougars.
John with his sexy chest hair.
And I take and put natural oils on there and stuff to help with the skin.
He's really trying to find a Valentine's date, ladies. It's like, I massage it in. John's like, don't tease me on here.
I have a nice butt, ladies. John and Skeet, hell no.
Hashtag John and Skeet. See anything you like? Who's seen anything they like? What am I missing? I'm lost.
Anything you like?
See anything you like? Oh, I get it. See anything you like?
Mm-hmm.
I like making faces, by the way.
See anything you like. Tubuku. Yeah, that's sexy.
Wasn't it? I love my faces. I love them so much.
I'm gonna get some postcards for you to sign for a con or something and put there's Mandy.
I'm gonna do that. It's like I will photobomb everybody's friggin' photos if I go to one. Finally, if I like make it to where I want to be, and everybody's like, "Let me take a picture with you." I'm gonna do that to them. I'm gonna go every picture. I will make sure I do it.
I always used to make it look like I was picking my nose because I hated everybody taking pictures of me.
You have such a tiny nose, though. Can your finger fit up it? Oh, it can. You must have tiny hands.
No.
They're tiny. You're like, what is wrong with you?
You always picking on me. Hashtag stop bullying 2022. Stop the hate. Well,
you know what, John? I have
hey,
chest
Luke,
hair
damn it.
too.
He says, I got baby hands. I'll show you baby hands. Luke.
You do got baby hands. They're like little.
Hey, jerk speed kills. I can recreate the Linda scene from Halloween. Is that the one where she goes, totally? Totally. Was that her?
What?
The one that constantly was saying totally in the movie over and over and over, where it became almost like a drinking game type thing.
Everything. He's still talking about your baby hands. I'm stuck on that.
At least I ain't got corpse feet. Oh yeah, the one with Linda.
Yeah, but I like the hate jerk speed kills. Friggin' Halloween reference there. That was a good one, Amy. But then I'm getting kind of like taken away with this whole John has baby hands and everything looks bigger in them. John's like, stop it.
Well, I'm about to end this. Hope everybody's had a great night. Started getting verbally and abused. He said, "You listen, you leave my goddamn corpse feet out."
Totally.
That was kind of, yeah, Linda. Totally. Les Nolan's actually got the guy that played, or the kid that played, what was the little kid's name that she was babysitting in the first movie? Tommy Doyle. She's got the original Tommy Doyle. Or Les Nolan has him, I think, now on his movie. He's much older now. He's not the same age anymore. Hunter who? Well, I guess I'll let you go bye-bye. I'm going to go eat. I'm
going to go out to the clubs and I'm going to go dance. Tear this shit up.
Yeah. No, Emmy must have been and went to sleep too. I don't hear her.
I'm pretty sure she stayed up way past her bedtime. She wasn't supposed to be awake and she was fighting it big time.
John.
Why do you say John? John what?
Yeah.
John.
Come on, Riddler.
Is there like exclamation points, periods, or question marks to come after that, John?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You all got the original Tommy Doyle and SamHain.
That's awesome.
Hey, Amy, you think he'd be willing to come on the podcast? Maybe.
I'll be nice.
You're always nice, just not to me.
I know, just not to you, John.
Much as I do for you. It's called tough love.
It is tough love. It's the only time I get to see and talk to you. Other times you're just like MIA.
Yeah, the other day I'm sitting there working. You're never on when I'm trying to talk to you. I'm working.
You're not on. You're always gone. You are.
And I miss you.
I sent you the meme where it's like the thing is saying, "Where's John? Where'd he go?"
What are you trying to say? You miss me? Uh-huh. I see. Yeah, I need chicken and waffles too. Damn it, I ain't got no pancake batter. Shit.
I just want pancakes. I just want freaking pancakes. With nachos on top.
Luke was going to get a Spider-Man waffle maker. I kind of wish I'd have told him to order it now.
I have a Ninja Turtles pizza maker. It doesn't make your pizzas look like Ninja Turtles, but it's pretty dope still.
Yeah, I don't want him to do it if he's not willing to, Amy. I mean, that's up to him. I would really like to talk to him about what it was like to be a kid on the set of that movie back in 77. Well, 75, 76 when they shot it. Just to get his perspective of it, because I'm pretty sure that was eye-opening for a child at that time. Oh. Arg, typos.
Amy, I think you're very pretty, and I think I'm in love with you.
Amy is beautiful. Amy is she's a beautiful person and a beautiful woman. Don't go blushing. All y'all are pretty, as my granny used to say.
Spread the love, John. Spread the love.
Trying to. See, I'm showing love to everybody. All I get is hate.
As long as you don't spread the STDs.
I don't have those. I've been tested.
You're like, just so everybody out there knows. Oh, that's what we got to do. That's what I'm going to do.
I get tested for STDs.
We're gonna throw together a virtual date with John for Valentine's Day. I'm going to do a contest.
I'm going to have a whole harem.
Yeah, let's do a contest. Virtual date with John for Valentine's Day. See, Amy loves me too.
See, I didn't get no I love you back.
You can go cry, John. It's okay.
No.
Virtual. It's a contest for a virtual date with John for Valentine's Day.
That's not a prize.
Okay, virtual date with Mandy for Valentine's Day.
What I'm gonna do, just sit here and look at them.
Mandy and Amy, look at that. Hashtag Mandy and Amy. I like it. Yeah. See?
I've enjoyed your company.
John's like, I'm all left out.
Yeah. The girls are ganging up on me. I'm like, get out of here, you stupid.
Sorry.
Snortsky.
Sorry, John.
No penises allowed. Okay.
Good night, Carrie. I think Carrie's saying good night.
Oh, I love you too, Amy.
No. She said I love you, but it was after mine, so I'm still more important.
I'll let you have that.
Look at your face. You're like, if you keep talking like this, you're never coming back, Mandy.
No. You'll be back on here with me in a little while. That's why you need to go to bed.
I know. I need to go to bed. It's 2:21. What's the next one at? What time?
If you come in late, that's fine. It's Joshua Brucker. Yeah, Brucker. Ugh, I'm messing up his last name. He's the one doing that movie Mothman, the found footage film. So.
No, what time is it at though?
8:30 my time.
I'm like bad at this. 8:30 when?
My time in the morning, so it'll be.
Oh, it's not my time. That's in the afternoon here.
Yeah.
I got time.
Yep.
I got time to go stalk Skeet Ulrich and send him like obsessive fan mail. And then do it to Amy as well.
Yeah, well, Amy just moved. She says my daughter is pushing me out of bed. No chance of sleeping. Oh.
Oh. Good night, Amy. Thank you so much. We'll be on tomorrow.
Amy, my buddy. And Carrie, my buddy, too. I'm glad I got to meet you tonight, Carrie. I'd seen you around commenting on everybody's stuff online on Facebook and stuff, but never formally got to meet you.
I accepted Carrie's friend request on Facebook. She said that she had sent me one. So I got that done. Yay. I'm multitasking here. I'm like dead tired. It's like I'm sitting here trying to be a trooper and trying to stick it out. And you look wide awake, but guess what? You're in a different time zone.
Well,
you're
all right,
in the past.
I will end this live stream.
I'm in the future.
Because Amy needs to go, or not Amy, but Mandy needs to go Betty bye, and Amy needs to go Betty bye, and Carrie needs to go Betty bye, or all of us need to go Betty bye. John just needs
to go Betty bye, and then John's going to be here left all alone.
All
alone. No one to sit here beside him. Sorry.
All right, Loretta Lynn. But anyway, this has been John. Beautiful Mandy, even though she abuses me. Look at that cute face only a mother would love. And we'll see you next time on Behind the Fiends.